Heritage Education Network Belize KULCHA Symposium, Community Issues and Innovative Practices. Make sure you join with our Facebook and YouTube. I want to there, you better be there.
Allah we know that you are there.
Good morning, Belize, and good morning, good afternoon, and good night to all our friends and supporters across the globe. A warm welcome to the 3rd Annual Belize KULCHA Symposium, organized by Heritage Education Network Belize. KULCHA is back, and I am your host for this morning's session, Dr. Joyanne Difubab. Before we get into it, I would like to thank our local media partners for rebroadcasting KULCHA Symposium so that we can reach more people. We also need to give a great shout out to Mr. Alexander Evans for the amazing introductory music he performed and recorded, especially for KULCHA. Thank you, Mr. Evans. We would also like to thank you, our supporters and viewers, for joining us for this 3rd year of our symposium. The symposium is brought to you by Heritage Education Network Belize, a non-governmental, non-profit organization, excuse me, dedicated to culture and heritage through education, capacity building, and advocacy. HENB, as we call it, was founded by Ms. Ella Becassi, Ms. April Martinez, Dr. Rebecca Fredel-Won, and Ms. Sylvia Batty. While these 4 archaeologists all have formal training in archaeology, they also have a diversity of backgrounds and experiences. Yet, in some form or other, they have all come to dedicate their lives to conducting heritage research and outreach in Belize and creating actionable change from those efforts. In the 3.5 years since Heritage Education Network Belize was established, it has grown to become a community of over 3,500 people interested in culture, heritage, and Belize. HENB's mission is to safeguard and promote culture and heritage as a means to sustainability through education, capacity building, and advocacy. And this mission is not achieved without open dialogue and support and participation for our constantly growing community. The KULCHA Symposium represents the manifestation of this mission in many ways. In these next 2 days, we will create a virtual space for everyone to engage in interdisciplinary dialogue, bridge boundaries between academia and the public, and showcase the relevance of Belizean language, culture, heritage, archaeology, anthropology, and the arts to daily life and global issues. Each session is curated around a theme and will conclude with an open question and answer session so that anyone and everyone can be a part of this knowledge exchange. What we hope will become clear is that at the heart of this symposium and our organization is a celebration of the diversity of human experience and the opportunity for us to pivot our public dialogue around this diversity to focus on understanding and inclusivity. The knowledge shared here will live on longer than those 2 days in an accessible and digital library for the public in an effort to foster this inclusivity and to empower our citizens to better understand the work that is being done to highlight the archaeology, history, and modern cultural issues shaping Belize and our world. We hope that you will continue to join us on our journey to achieve these things, and we welcome all to participate in the coming days or at any point in the future. Thank you for being here with us for this much anticipated event. And finally, on behalf of the directors of HENB, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to all the volunteers and presenters who are helping to make this event possible, and to all the wonderful people who have supported our initiatives. As a volunteer-led event, this symposium is not made possible by dollars from grants, but through our volunteers' passion and love for Belize. We hope that you will enjoy the next 2 days, and thank you for tuning in. We will now present to you our keynote for this year's symposium, given by Professor Fred Valdez. Professor Valdez has previously given us the honor of opening our first 2 symposia with presentations covering his decades of research and experience investigating the history of Belize. Specifically, he has participated in archaeological research projects in Belize for more than 40 years and served as Director of Program for Belize Archaeological Project PFBAP in Northwest Belize. His research interests include investigations of social, political developments among pre-Maya through post-classic Maya studies of material culture and human environment interplay, specifically concerns of inequity, resilience, and adaptation. He is also a professor in the Department of Anthropology at the University of Texas, Austin. He is nationally and internationally recognized for his scholarly works and numerous publications and presentations. Today, we have the distinct pleasure of having Professor Valdez deliver our keynote introduction, and we are honored to have a few remarks from him.
Good morning. My name is Fred Valdez, and I'm from the University of Texas at Austin. I want to thank the organizers of KULCHA 2023, Sylvia, Ella, Rebecca, and April, for the invitation to assist and help to introduce this year's symposium. It truly is my honor and my pleasure. I've participated in KULCHA symposiums before. I have found them to be incredibly enlightening. Lots of different topics that are covered throughout the days of the symposium. So it is that particular vision, I would say, the opportunity that the organizers bring for all of us to be able to witness and experience, in some cases directly and indirectly, such a diverse subject matter concerning Belize. So in many cases, we're back to the distant past with archaeological interests. whether it's from excavations and interpretations and findings and so forth that may be involved. Many of the presentations come into the historic past, again, providing a background in terms of what's Belize about, how Belize has come to be where it is, all of these things that connect culturally the great country of Belize. The fascinating and the wonderful aspect about the symposium is that it comes into contemporary times. There are presentations from artists and others concerning community formation or identity and how people come about to identify in a particular way, how that develops. Issues and concerns of indigeneity, something that is a worldwide interest and certainly throughout the New World, but clearly in Belize also, at the heart of many discussions and interests, etc. Contemporary concerns, including contemporary Maya communities and so forth, are also among the topics that are discussed throughout the symposium on certain days that are available. I find these particularly interesting, fascinating for all of us to be able to learn so much about Belize, so much about the different cultures and interests that are across the country. I myself have an interest in and share that breadth of interests that go from that ancient past to contemporary times and what is taking place today. How have things come to be the way they are? And again, I would emphasize that the organizers of the symposium, KULCHA 2023, is an excellent example of that vision of how we really benefit from understanding, from seeing, from learning, not only from the ancient past, but from more recent past events, the history of the country, to contemporary formations of where people are, how that identity has come about. All of these are incredibly important. The opportunity to be able to hear from so many people, so many experts, so many interests, so many perspectives on these different topics is really a true special opportunity that rarely occurs in most places. And I'm thrilled that it happens here in Belize. For some, you're fortunate to call Belize home. Some of us, Belize is home away from home. And I look forward to returning to Belize to visit with colleagues and friends and people that I today consider even family. So I thank again Sylvia, Ella, Rebecca, and April for organizing this, for their vision, for their courage to pull all this off and bring it together and organize it so well. It is especially a great honor for me. And I thank you all. I hope you enjoy the next few days. There's just so much there, either to watch the entire symposium or to pick and choose particular topics and subjects that are of special interest at this time. So I hope this is a true learning experience. It is, some of the best of Belize. And I thank you for this opportunity to be part of the symposium in this capacity. Take care, and I look forward to, if I get to see you in Belize or to meet many of you in the future. Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Professor Valdez, for your contribution and your words of encouragement. You have definitely provided an insightful overview of what is to come in these next 2 days. Again, good morning, good afternoon, good night to all who may have joined us. And again, welcome. Thank you for joining us on this adventure. It is my pleasure now to kick off the first of many sessions for our symposium. We are starting with the exploration of Belizean culture with a focus on our past and highlight the rich heritage that Belize and its region has. This session is entitled Ancestral Maya Technologies, and we are honored to have with us many experts in the ancestral Maya stone tool technologies. They are leading in the field that is new and exciting, and they are certainly taking us on that journey with them. These experts explore the variety of ways that ancestral Maya acquired, created, and distributed the variety of stone tool technologies that were so fundamental to their life ways. What will be clear from these diverse presentations is the vibrant and deep human history that has laid the foundation for cultural diversity of modern-day Belize. We hope that Belizeans feel a sense of pride and respect for this heritage, which continues to inspire millions around the globe. The theme, as I said, for our first section is Ancestral Maya Technologies. And our first presenters in this section are Drs. Marieka Brouwer, Tawny, Tibbits, and Eleanor Harrison-Buck. Dr. Brouwer is an anthropological archaeologist specializing in multi-method approaches to dynamic human-environment relationships. She is an assistant professor in the Department of Anthropology at the University of Vermont and has worked on archaeological field projects in Belize since 2004. She's currently the co-director of the Belize River East Archaeology, BREA, or BREA project. She also directs the Northern Belize Archaic Adaptive Strategy, NBAAS project, which is evaluating a wide range of hyperlocal adaptations to Crooked Tree Island and its surroundings by archaic groups circa 8,000 to 1,000 years BCE. We are pleased to have Dr. Brouwer and her colleagues, Tawny, Tibbits, and Eleanor Harrison-Buck, open our KULCHA Symposium with their paper entitled Like a Rolling Stone, Movement of Granite Brown Stone Tools in Belize.
Good morning, everyone. We are so excited to be here, and we are very honored to kick off the many interesting papers that will be presented over the next 2 days. Before we get started, we want to give a big shout out to the organizers of the 3rd annual KULCHA Symposium. We know how much hard work and probably sleepless nights went into this, so thank you. My name is Marieka Brouwer. I'm an archaeologist and an assistant professor at the University of Vermont. Along with Dr. Eleanor Harrison-Buck of the University of New Hampshire, we are the co-directors of the Belize River East Archaeology, or BREA project.
And I'm Tawny Tibbits. I'm a geoarchaeologist, and I'm at the University of Iowa. To start off the session on ancient Maya technologies, we're going to talk about granite groundstone tools and how they were moved across the landscape of the Maya lowlands. Before plastics and metal, ancient societies turned to stone, wood, bone, and other durable materials to make household tools and implements. Like many others, the ancient Maya created stone tools for crushing and pulverizing. Some of the things they crushed were edible, such as maize kernels, beans, cacao, chiles, seeds, squash, and tomatoes. And some of the things they crushed were inedible, like lime for plaster, minerals for paints, pigments, grit, shell, limestone, and even broken pottery to add as a binder for clay.
Both modern and ancient Maya households use a variety of grinding stones for different purposes. There were cups and pestles, mortars and mullers, grinding slabs and lapstones, as well as pallets for pigments and flat surfaces for laundering, pounding, and husking. Perhaps the most recognizable form of grinding stone in Mesoamerica is the mano and metate set. Here you can see in the top right-hand corner the metate, which is the base stone on which materials are ground, sometimes flat on the bottom, sometimes with feet to elevate them. And then you also see the mano, which is the handheld portion that is moved across the metate to grind. Many people here today probably have examples of these types of grinding tools in their homes or know of people who do, maybe your parents grandparents, neighbors. Of course, modern technology has made most of these tools obsolete, but there are still those who value their utility. And, when the power goes out, as it does, the mano and metate still work.
Manos and metates themselves were found in nearly every household unit among the ancient Maya. These groundstone tools were time-consuming to make and required a lot of knowledge and skill to produce. The people who make groundstone tools are often referred to as metateros, and in the past, this was the trade that was passed down through generations of male relatives. To shape coarse-grained rock like granite, in which the rock crystals can be seen with the naked eye, metateros must hammer and peck and grind these rocks into the desired shapes. You can see some examples of metateros at work on this slide, roughing out monoforms and metates, finishing grinding surfaces, and shaping foot supports.
When we look at collections of groundstone tools from the Maya lowlands, which today spans the Guatemala Petén, Belize, and northern Honduras, a handful of raw materials were commonly used, including basalt, rhyolite, quartzite, limestone, and granite, which we're going to focus on in a bit. As can be seen in Christina Halperin's map here, both Belizean granite and quartzite were used outside the modern boundaries of the country, although Belizean granite was most commonly used at sites in proximity to the sources in the upper Belize Valley. This map indicates that it was not uncommon for people to transport groundstone tools long distances between the quarrying source and the location where the tools were ultimately discarded in the past.
Granite is the most durable rock that occurs naturally in Belize. This makes it a very good raw material for producing grinding tools, since they're likely to have longer use lives. Tools made from granite have been shown in experimental work to have lower amounts of grit that can get into the flour or food products that are being produced. There are only 3 sources of granite in Belize. They're what we might call geographically restricted. Granite only occurs in these places: Mountain Pine Ridge, Hummingbird Ridge, and Coxcomb Basin, all in dark gray. All of them are very similar in their physical and mineralogical properties. Our own research at the Brouwer sites, shown here in the black outline, has shown that granite was the preferred raw material of groundstone tools outside of the upper Belize Valley, at distances far from the 3 sources of granites available from the Maya Mountains. For communities located further away from these sources, these heavy tools had to be hauled long distances, which was no easy task.
So we ask why. What is so special about these granite groundstone tools? There was plenty of limestone around in the Brouwer study area, but people did not use it for their grinding tools. Archaeologists tend to look at groundstone tools in terms of what they are made of and how that relates to either production and exchange or to food preparation. Some rocks are more efficient grinders, some rocks are locally available. There's not a lot of discussion among archaeologists about the role of manos and metates within the household and the deeper meanings these tools may hold to a person or to a family. It is very likely that people were making personal choices when it came to their preferences for groundstones.
So we're going looking for answers. What we've been looking at in our work is multifaceted. First, where did these tools come from? We've had success in sourcing granite tools recovered from archaeological contexts to their original location within the Maya Mountains. But our second question for this talk is how? How are these tools moved? What did the energetics of their movement entail? And by what routes were they moved? By water, overland, or a combination?
This leads us to the why. Why were these tools being moved? In some cases, over 60 kilometers away. These tools are heavy. Some metates can approach 50 pounds. Were they being moved because granite was the best grinding material available? Were they moved because they were aesthetically valuable, or possibly because they were culturally or religiously important? Or were these movements driven simply by economic functions? To explore these questions, we first looked at the physical distribution of granite.
To answer that question, we looked at a study of X-ray fluorescence, which you can see here, where this instrument allows us to generate a unique chemical signature of a particular rock. It's like having a fingerprint or the genetic code for a rock, which allows us to investigate who the rock is in terms of the 3 families of source granites found in Belize. This is helpful because it allows us to narrow down where the granite tool comes from. We compared the chemical signatures of ancient tools with modern day granite samples and that we tested from each of the 3 granitic sources. We then matched the groundstone tools to the sources in Hummingbird Ridge, Mountain Pine Ridge, or the Coxcomb Basin within the Maya Mountains of Belize.
We learned from the XRF testing that almost all of the granite groundstone tools found in the Brouwer study area come from the Mountain Pine Ridge source. Now, this was surprising to us because the Mountain Pine Ridge, or MPR here, source is not the closest as the crow flies. That would be the Hummingbird Ridge, or the HBR. Additionally, when you look at a topographic map of Belize, you can see that traveling from the Mountain Pine Ridge source to Chowheesh, or the archaeological site of Saturday Creek, it's not a straight. There are lots of difficult types of terrains and ecosystems to move through. So this led us to our second research question, which was how? How were these tools moved from their source, where they were quarried, to the place where they were eventually discarded?
To explore this, we looked to the ethnographic record for indications of how such heavy loads were transported. There were, of course, no pack animals in Mesoamerica prior to European contact, so goods had to be moved by people or the technologies developed by people. Undoubtedly, for heavy loads like groundstone tools, there are two probable methods of conveyance. The first is the use of tump lines, straps that were attached to either side of a heavy load and then balanced on the hairline of the carrier, thus using the spine to bear the brunt of the load rather than the shoulders, like a backpack does. People in descendant Maya communities have long used tump lines or mecapals to transport materials. Interestingly, ethnoarchaeological research has shown that individuals or pairs of individuals using tump lines could feasibly transport heavy loads of upwards of 100 pounds, albeit with quite a lot of training.
The other probable method used by the ancient Maya to transport heavy loads like groundstone would have been the dugout canoe. Of course, everyone in Belize knows how important water transportation is and was, with the annual Route to Maya Canoe River Challenge, tracing the original mode of conveyance between San Ignacio and Belize City. That was a critical conduit into the 1900s. An ancient example of a dugout canoe has recently been found in the Yucatan near Chichen Itza. And here in Belize, an ancient paddle was found by Dr. Heather McKillop in Toledo District, along with a small replica of a canoe.
So, knowing that tump lines and canoes were likely modes of transport, we set out to explore the potential routes by which the groundstone tools were moved. We began with what we did know, which was that we'd found 77 pieces of granite groundstone tools and fragments in the Brouwer study area over the last 10 years. Each of the triangles here represents the vicinity in which we found granite groundstone tools, either on the surface or through excavation. We also know the location of a granite mono workshop from the area around Pacbitun in the upper Belize Valley.
So we undertook some geospatial exploration in a mapping software called ArcGIS to determine the path of least resistance from a Mountain Pine Ridge source to some of the Brouwer archaeological sites where granite with a matching signature was found. We mapped two different scenarios, an overland route, which assumes that tump lines were the primary mode of conveyance, and you see that here on the left, and an overwater route, assuming that dugout canoes were critical. The overland map is overly simplistic and cuts straight lines across the landscape that, perhaps an AI-driven drone could follow, but certainly not a human moving through diverse ecosystems and across major riverways. By contrast, the overwater map returns further distances to travel. However, if one made use of the downstream current and had a dugout canoe or raft, they could, in theory, transport more groundstone tools for less effort overall. Now, these maps are intended as exploratory heuristic devices, but they are helping us to understand the possible routes, time, and labor costs involved in moving quantities of heavy groundstone tools from point A to point B.
And our third and most difficult question to answer is why? What factors drove the movement of these tools? Was it strictly economic and transactional? One person needed a new metate, and so they ordered one, and it was delivered by a metatero to their doorstep? Or did this person visit a regional market where a metatero was hawking their goods? Or did they walk to a workshop or quarry near the source and haul the tool back home with them from there? These are the questions that the archaeological record is not yet able to satisfactorily answer, although the ethnographic record does hold some clues about market-based distribution and direct trade models. For example, the metatero here is depicted bringing his finished products to a market to sell to end buyers and distributors.
So in the time remaining, we'd like to go beyond the sort of transactional explanations to explore the more relational aspects of groundstone tools and their movement. We draw upon observations of the Kekchi, Quiche, and Pocoman Maya groups living today in Guatemala for ethnographic parallels to our case study. Among these groups, there is gender complementarity in groundstone tool production and use, meaning that while men are responsible for groundstone tool production and distribution, the bulk of the tool's use life revolves around female-oriented tasks, like grinding maize. As soon as a grinding stone is used by a woman, it accrues a number of gendered restrictions regarding usage. These taboos prevent male contact with working grinding stones, reflecting some of the relational aspects of these objects that are power-filled to their users.
It is also notable that in these contemporary Maya societies, women play a role in the acquisition and movement of groundstone via the gifting of these items from an older female relative to a bride upon her wedding. The ancient Maya practiced patrilocality, the post-marital residence pattern in which a bride moves to the groom's residence following marriage. Given what we know about the gifting of groundstones between female generations, especially at weddings, we might speculate that the movement of groundstone was the result of intermarriage between couples from diverse parts of the Belize River Valley. Not only could marriage result in the movement of female-centered goods, but we imagine it might also have been a mechanism by which new trends, ideas, and practices were also circulated.
While there are still many questions left to answer within our work on groundstone tool manufacture and consumption in Belize, we have made some headway on unraveling this story. New technology like XRF is making in-field sourcing studies possible. Combining geospatial data with geochemical data and looking to ethnographic analogy for frames of reference is allowing us to probe our data more deeply and develop more nuanced interpretations of these multivalent tools and the social connections they cemented within ancient Maya society.
We've been able to pretty convincingly begin to answer the where and the how questions. The why is much more complex. It is likely there's no single answer to how and why the Maya were moving these granite tools. As we see around us today, everyone has a unique path through life. It's more than likely that some tools were purchased from merchants and others were given as heirloom gifts from one generation to the next. As many generations of Maya women passed groundstone tools down to their daughters, nieces, and other close family, many generations of Maya men moved the knowledge down generations and these skills to produce the essential tools of daily life. Today, we have the responsibility not only to conserve those surviving objects, but also we must continue to study them so that we can impart the significance of these tools onto new generations.
So we'd like to once again thank the organizers of the KULCHA Symposium, as well as the Institute of Archaeology of Belize. We are grateful to the very many Belizeans who have helped us in various capacities in our research, both in the middle reaches of the Belize River watershed around Banana Bank and in the vicinity of Crooked Tree, Biscayne, Gardenia, and Sandhill villages. We thank the Alphawood Foundation, EPSCoR Nebraska, and the National Science Foundation for their financial support of this project, in addition to our home institutions, the University of Iowa, the University of New Hampshire, and the University of Vermont.
Thank you.
And thank you to Dr. Brouwer, Burg, and her colleagues for their informative presentation on granite groundstone tools in Belize in this session on ancestral Maya technologies. I hope you're still there, listeners and viewers. Next on this morning's agenda, we have a presentation by Drs. Adam King, Terry Powis, and Sheldon Skaggs. Dr. Adam King is a research professor and director at the SC Institute of Archaeology and Anthropology at the University of South Carolina. His research interests lie in exploring the deep past of indigenous people of the Americas through remote sensing, iconography, absorbed residues, and traditional archaeology. His ongoing research in Belize with the Pacbitun Region Archaeological Research Project focuses on the ancient Maya city of Pacbitun, particularly the granite tool producing community on the site's western periphery. Our second session this morning and presentation is from Dr. King and his colleagues, and it's entitled A Granite Tool Producing Community at Pacbitun.
Manos and metates were fundamentally important tools to all ancient Maya households as key processing equipment for their most important staple crop, corn, as well as other foods and raw materials. Across the Maya lowlands, manos and metates were made from locally available sources of coarse stone. In northern and central Belize, by far the most abundantly used source for manos and metates was the mountain pine ridge granite. Recent investigations on the periphery of the ancient Maya site of Pacbitun in Belize have produced evidence for the large-scale production of manos and metates using those mountain pine ridge sources, which are just 5 kilometers away. In this paper, we review the results of our efforts to explore granite tool production on Pacbitun's western periphery and ultimately argue that some social segments living in Pacbitun use granite tool production to negotiate the city's place on an increasingly dynamic late classic landscape. The possibility that large-scale granite tool production took place at Pacbitun was first revealed through excavations at a feature termed monomound. Monomound is a single mound feature on a hillside located about 650 meters northwest of Pacbitun's core. It attracted interest because of the large number of granite flakes, failed monofragments, and chert hammerstones found on the surface of the mound and in its immediate vicinity. Excavations revealed a small mound standing 2 meters tall, covering an area 5 by 7 meters, made up of debris matching the byproducts of granite tool manufacture recorded ethnographically. In all, Skaggs et al. Estimated that 1,337 metates and 2,700 manos were produced during the use of monomound. Additional testing in the immediate vicinity of monomound revealed at least 2 other small mounds that were similar in composition. In 2018, we conducted a limited pedestrian survey in an area 500 meters northwest of monomound, where another cluster of production debris mounds was identified. A subsequent examination of existing LiDAR data suggests similar debris mounds are distributed over a much larger area, hinting at granite tool production on a massive scale. To more fully understand granite tool making activities at Pacbitun, we initiated the current research project, whose objectives are to determine the overall extent of granite working, understand the production process represented by granite debris mounds, and explore the social context of granite tool production from household to polity. One of our objectives, the first one, was to understand the scale of the granite working at Pacbitun. The original investigations focusing on granite debris demonstrated that the core of a suspected granite working community was centered in an area to the northwest of Pacbitun's center. To begin to address this, we conducted a pedestrian survey of areas centered on known debris mounds. Instead of attempting to record every granite mound, our objective was to map out the geographic extent of those mounds. Given the time and labor available, we decided to conduct the survey in 200-meter wide transects, oriented at the cardinal direction, starting at the center of the presumed community. The production mounds and their scatter of associated debris are substantial enough to be visible without systematic testing, so the survey consisted of full coverage walkover inspection of all areas not covered by dense vegetation. As a result of this effort and previous investigations, we have surveyed a total of 155 acres and recorded 21 granite debris mounds distributed over an area about 1 square kilometer. This, we think, reasonably well defines the overall extent of Pacbitun's granite working community, but we will need to do more systematic work to get a clearer idea of how many production loci were established within it. Another of our objectives is to understand how Pacbitun's residents use these debris mounds to make granite tools. Our excavations at Monomound provided important information about the production process in one location. People on the outskirts of Pacbitun created this mound as they made as many as 4,000 granite tools over what appears to be several distinct production episodes. The majority of the mound consists of granite sand, which, based on ethnographic descriptions, would have been created as workers ground manos and matates into their final shape. This step in the process would have been preceded by shaping the tools through percussion using chert hammerstones. Excavators found a dense deposit of granite flaking debris, chert hammerstones, and failed tools around the periphery of the mound. Crews noted several distinct lenses within the large granite sand stratum, suggesting that tool production took place in multiple distinct episodes. To begin to understand if what we learned from monomound applied to other debris mounds, we conducted testing at 3 additional features in 2021. On each mound, the crew excavated 1-meter units through the summits and just off the flanks. The summit excavations revealed a stratigraphic profile consistent with monomound, including a thick layer of granite sand mixed with granite and chert debitage hammerstones and monoblanks and fragments. On the flanks of 2 of the mounds, we uncovered small walls. The creators of each of the 3 mounds investigated located their granite tool working at the edge of an agricultural terrace. The walls found were not part of the terrace construction, but appear to have been created to maintain a stable working surface. In both cases, the walls began as large, unworked pieces of limestone, but were eventually raised with spent hammerstones, monofragments, and smaller pieces of limestone as the sand and granite flakes accumulated during tool production. It appears tool producers created and maintained these mounds as working platforms and used them for several seasons. Each season, they likely made hundreds of granite tools, and over the course of the use life of the mound, that number would have reached into the thousands. To continue to expand our sample, we tested 6 additional suspected granite mounds with 50-centimeter tests. Excavators encountered the same thick layer of granite sand with granite flaking debris interspersed. These results, along with the previous testing, show a considerable degree of consistency in debris mound stratigraphy. In general, these mounds consist of a thick layer of granite sand, flanked by larger flaking debris, spent hammerstones, and sometimes retaining walls. In all cases, excavators recorded distinct lenses of granite sand, suggesting that tool production took place in multiple episodes. We suspect each represents a season of use, and producers likely used these surfaces for several seasons. Our third objective in this study has been to understand the social context of granite tool production at Pacbitun. In the testing conducted in 2021, we noted that the 3 mounds tested each had isolated house platforms within 50 meters. We investigated one of those house platforms and found within the structure and on its flanks additional granite flaking debris, mono and matate preforms, and even chert hammerstones for granite working. Given both the proximity and the presence of granite working at the house, we interpret these structures as the domiciles of families directly involved in granite tool working. If the 21 debris mounds identified thus far represent the production of about 4,000 tools, then the number of monos and matates made on Pacbitun's periphery reached well beyond the scale needed for simple household or even polity use. We interpret the debris mounds and associated house platforms as evidence for the existence of a granite working community whose products were intended for regional exchange networks. If this is the case, then we expect the production efforts of those community members was somehow coordinated at a social level above the household, and their products would have been pooled at various levels in a distribution chain. To evaluate this possibility, in the summer of 2022, we excavated 1-meter test units at 2 small, multiple platform groups located in close proximity to 2 different clusters of granite debris mounds. We expected if these social groups were involved in managing granite tool production, we would find granite raw material blanks, caches of finished tools, and possibly even evidence of granite tool production. In neither case did we find any evidence of connection to granite working in our testing. This past summer, we revisited the small group tested in the southwestern portion of the production area. The owner had recently burned and cleared their land, including this small group. While our testing revealed little evidence that the group was connected to granite tool production, our surface inspection revealed abundant evidence of that connection. That evidence includes caches of chert hammerstones used in tool making, unfinished mono fragments, granite flaking debris, and large chunks of granite. Within 100 meters of this group, there are as many as 4 isolated granite debris mounds and 1 unique mound that may represent some kind of special structure related to granite working. We suspect this group represents a larger household involved in tool making and possibly even one of the places where tool production was coordinated and the products gathered for movement in a distribution chain. Another key part of the social context of granite working at Pacbitun is its temporal placement. To date, our investigations have not recovered an abundance of datable ceramics or carbon that can be used to place Pacbitun's granite tool working in time. The materials we recovered are overwhelmingly dominated by the products of granite working, with little evidence of any domestic activities associated with the mounds. At each mound tested, we recovered only small collections of pottery, which very often only include small eroded sherds. Despite this, the types recovered are overwhelmingly associated with the late classic Spanish lookout series, placing the bulk of granite working in the period from 600 to 900 CE. The late classic period is an interesting time on the wider landscape of the ancient Maya and at Pacbitun. During the early classic period, from 300 to 600 CE, Pacbitun was an incorporated provincial polity in the political sphere of the great city of Tikal. Through the early classic, competition increased between Tikal and its rivals, eventually leading to Tikal's defeat near the end of the period. Released from the hegemony of Tikal, Pacbitun became more autonomous and more aligned with local powerful centers in the Belize River Valley during the late classic period. Under these new circumstances, Pacbitun, like other centers in the valley, experienced increasing prosperity that resulted in both the expansion of and recasting of ritual and public architecture. It is within this context that a segment of Pacbitun's population undertook the large-scale production of granite manos metates. In doing so, people at Pacbitun, whether it be leading families on the periphery or its ruling line, chose to take advantage of their proximity to mountain pine ridge granite sources. The chemical sourcing work done by Tibbits showed that this was the primary source of granite used for making grinding tools across much of Belize and in other parts of the Maya lowlands. While Tibbits was not able to date most of the tools she sourced, it is worth considering that Pacbitun was at least in part responsible for the wide distribution of mountain pine ridge grinding tools. We posit that people at Pacbitun took up the large-scale production of grinding tools out of some necessity or opportunity created by the politically dynamic landscape of the late classic period. For us, the fact that at least some of the production debris mounds and associated households were located on agricultural terraces speaks to the significance of the work. At some level, making manos and metates was deemed more important than growing food on those terraces. Smaller centers like Pacbitun were forced to make their way on a landscape where political influence of regional centers waxed and waned amid the political contractions, social restructuring, and population relocation of the late classic period. Perhaps leaders at Pacbitun used their proximity to mountain pine ridge sources to negotiate favorable relationships with more powerful centers. Alternatively, dominant centers may have exploited Pacbitun's location and reoriented at least parts of its economy as part of hegemonic relations. In conclusion, during the late classic period, a community of granite tool producers was created on the western periphery of Pacbitun. Taking advantage of their proximity to an important source of stone, members of individual households created and used small platforms to make manos and metates. Granite workers located their domiciles near their platforms and intentionally prepared and maintained them as they grew over several seasons of use. While we can see that the scale of tool production was massive, we do not yet know whether it was controlled by Pacbitun Center or by leading households on the periphery. Given the fluidity of the political and social relations at the time, we suspect large-scale granite tool working was a means through which Pacbitun's inhabitants negotiated their place in the Belize River Valley at a dynamic time. Thank you.
And thank you, Dr. King and colleagues, for expanding our understanding of ancestral Maya granite tool production in Pacbitun. I'm sure there are lots of questions about this topic, Remember that you can add your questions in the comment section. And there will be a question and answer segment after each session has ended. So make sure to put your comments and questions in the comment section on Facebook or YouTube so that our presenters can see. Also, make sure that you indicate who you want to address that particular question. This morning's first session, Q&A, will start around 9:30. So make sure to include your questions before that time. We move on now to our third presentation by Dr. John Spenard. Dr. Spenard has been conducting research on ancient Maya for over 25 years. Much of his work has been done in Belize. He is currently directing the Rio Frio Regional Archaeological Project, the first long-term archaeological study of the Mountain Pine Ridge Forest Reserve. This project employs a landscape archaeological approach to learn the many ways past Maya people lived in and interacted with the Mountain Pine Ridge region. The project currently has three main foci: the site of Nowakowski, the site of Nowakowski, Batso, ritual caves, and the granitic artifact industry that originated there. Dr. Spenard's presentation is Nose to the Grindstone, a discussion of the ancient Maya groundstone industry of the Mountain Pine Ridge. Welcome to the team.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for logging in to see my talk today. Before I begin, I want to thank HENB for organizing this third KULCHA Symposium and for giving us this opportunity to discuss our work with you all. We're really excited to be presenting here again and look forward to any questions that you might have coming up after the talks from this session. Now, as the title of my talk suggests, today I will be discussing the ancient Maya groundstone industry of the Mountain Pine Ridge Forest Reserve in the Kyle district of central western Belize that my Rio Frio Regional Archaeological Project has recently begun investigating. Now, when I say groundstone industry, I'm referring largely to the making of manos and metates, the foundational kitchen implements of past Maya houses. But as we'll see, other products of yet unknown function were being made at these workshops. The focus of my talk will be the Buffalo Hill Quarries site, a complex multi-component site, perhaps better described as a quarryscape, a term that was recommended to me by my colleague Rachel Horowitz, who will also be presenting in this session. We first documented the Buffalo Hill Quarries in 2022, and we began a comprehensive study of them this past summer. For this talk, I'll review the findings of those seasons with you, and then I'll conclude with questions that will be guiding our future research in the region, including who may have been using the quarries, what role did the site of Nowakowski Batso play in controlling production and distribution of the goods that were being produced there, and also, when do the quarries date to? Now, to begin our discussion, we must first ground ourselves geographically. This is important to know where in Belize we're talking about, but also to understand why the ancient Maya groundstone industry developed there and not elsewhere. I also want to be careful to distinguish between the Mountain Pine Ridge Forest Reserve and the Mountain Pine Ridge proper. The Mountain Pine Ridge Forest Reserve is a protected area managed today by the Belize Forest Department. I'll often refer to it in this talk simply as the reserve. Now, the reserve gets its name from the Mountain Pine Ridge, which is a geologic feature, a massive granitic rock upwelling at the northern edge of the Maya Mountains in southern Belize. Now, it's important to distinguish between the two, the reserve and the geologic formation, because the reserve is not a homogeneous landscape. Most of it, as you can see here, is made up of the Mountain Pine Ridge formation, but the western boundary here holds a series of residual limestone formations that have been cut off from the Vaca Plateau, their parent bedrock, by the McCall River, represented on this map by the light blue line. And to the east, southeast, and north, you see there's the Santa Rosa group, which is another type of geologic formation associated with the Maya Mountains. But we're not going to talk about that today. Now, it's in that western area of the reserve, in the limestone formation, where the classic Maya people built Nohochbatzo along the banks of the Rio Frio that runs through a section of that region of the reserve. Mountain Pine Ridge is one of only 3 granitic rock sources in the Maya lowlands. The other 2, the Hummingbird Ridge and the Coxcomb Basin, are also in the Maya Mountains in Belize. Now, studies by colleagues who are presenting here and others, studies by them have revealed that when past Maya people chose manos and metates made from granitic rock, they almost nearly universally held a very strong preference for those that were made from Mountain Pine Ridge stone. The groundstone industry thus developed there because it was one of the few sources of granitic rock in the Maya region, and it was the most desirable of the 3. All right, with that background, I want to now turn to the work that we had done documenting these quarries. Now, we first recorded this site in 2020, and this is the map that we made during that field season. We mapped approximately 16 hectares of this site, and we identified 2 different types of extraction techniques. We found sites that we called cut faces, and we also found quarry pits, documented quarry pits. And you can see here, these dark lines, the dotted line is the area that we surveyed. The dark lines represent areas where we find granitic debitage, which I'll show you that in a minute, but that's the production waste used, left behind by the making of the manos metates. The pink shapes within each of those hard black lines are the quarry pits themselves, material being dug out of the ground. And if you can see the hash marks here, those are the granite piles that we were able to identify, the granite debitage that we were able to identify. And just so you have a sense, this is what it looked like. Even though we're not working in the broadleaf forest here, we are working in a really thickly vegetated area. It just happens to be low-lying vegetation, really thick grass and really thick brush. This is actually one of the more clear areas that we were able to work in. But you see in the blue shirts there, it's Moshe and Mike who are off in the bushes collecting data and finding the extent of that particular area of the site. Even with that dense vegetation, we were still able to identify a variety of tools that were being made that were discarded. So we've identified in 2022 about 10 metates, or metate preforms, are discarded during production. We found that quartzite hammerstones are everywhere at this site. We've also identified what have been called in the literature mono preforms. We've identified 63 of these, but we've identified 2 styles. One are full loaves, as you can see on the right here. This is a full loaf next to it with a hammerstone next to it. But most of what we find here are half loaves. Now, many of these actually have pointed edges on them, which suggests that they were not discards, but actually they were probably tools that were used in the reduction process during the making of the manos and metates, and probably the metates in particular. And we know that thanks to work done by ethnoarchaeologist Brian Hayden in Highland, Guatemala in the early 1980s. He met somebody up there who still knew how to make stone tools, or manos and metates, using stone tools rather than the metal tools that we use today. And so him, Hayden, and Ramon worked together to record the process of mono metate production using stone tool technology. And so you'll notice here that he has a pick-shaped object in his hands, made out of basalt, the same material that he's chopping the metate with. And so it's likely that those pointed mono preforms are actually not mono preforms, but picks. Surprisingly, we also identified a number of what we called bedrock milling features. These were small, polished depressions pecked into the bedrock, adjacent to and near some of these quarry pits. They varied in size, but most were about the size of a cereal bowl or so. Now, again, just to remind you, this is kind of what the site looked like as we worked in 2022. So some of the questions that we had then for the 2023 season were: how large was the site, the Buffalo Hills Quarry site? What was the source of the quartzite to make hammerstones? How much material was being extracted? Or how was the material being extracted, sorry. And are there differences between extraction methods between the cut faces and the quarry pits? And that was our major research question is learning about the extraction. What was the function of the bedrock mortars? And to get a better sense of these, considering the thick vegetation on top of them, what does a fully exposed quarry workshop area actually look like? Now, we answered several of these questions actually before we began our 2023 season, or at least the first question before we began our 2023 season. We received LiDAR data, which is data that was collected from a laser shot from an airplane that's able to digitally remove vegetation from the ground surface so we can actually see the ground. So these are our LiDAR data, and what you see here, the black lines are what we mapped in 2022, and the green triangles are suspected sites that we identified in the LiDAR data based on what we learned in the 2022 season. So we went back in 2023, we went to these green triangles and found that all but 2 of them were actually quarry sites. But what was more exciting is that a lot more sites didn't appear on the LiDAR. They were just simply too small to be noticeable between the background noise and the vegetation. So in doing reconnaissance of these quarry areas, we actually came to find in the northwest portion of the site here, this shape right here is actually a quartzite vein that the entire hillside right there is covered in quartzite debitage. And so here the picture on the left is the chipped quartzite from that vein, and this is a mound of quartzite reduction waste. So we actually have a quartzite quarry and hammerstone workshop within the Buffalo Hills quarry site. So now the size of the site as currently mapped, it covers an area of approximately 45 hectares, though it's actually likely a little bit larger than that. Now, that's about the size of 63 football fields, international football fields or soccer fields. For my friends in the U.S., that's about the size of 84 U.S. football fields in size. So this is a huge, huge area. Another way to describe the site or to measure the site is that it spans roughly an area 1 kilometer east-west by about half a kilometer wide. So again, this is a really large site. That's actually roughly the size of my campus, Cal State San Marcos. What I want to do now is take a look at some of the features we mapped during the 2023 season to get an idea, to answer some of those questions, the research questions that we had. How is the material being extracted, bedrock mortars, etc. To do that, we'll look up here in the northeast part of the site at a feature that we called Feature 22. And this is actually, this shows up in the LiDAR to a degree, but it's much larger than it appears in the LiDAR. What you see here is that it's composed of a series of cut faces. That's what those lines are here. And there's a
We seem to have had some interruption in our feed, and so if you give us 1 minute, we will be able to get back with this presentation.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for logging in. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for Good morning, everyone, and thank you for logging in to see Good morning, everyone, and thank you for logging. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for logging in to see my talk today. Before I begin, I want to thank Henby for organizing.
Okay, technology definitely fails us at the most exciting parts of our presentations. We will work on getting Dr. Spenard's presentation back up, but we will move forward with our program at this point in time. We want to introduce a presentation by Dr. Rachel Horowitz in this session on ancestral Mayan technologies. Dr. Horowitz is an archaeologist whose research examines Maya economies through a focus on lithics or stone tools. She has over 10 years of experience in archaeology in Belize and has also conducted research in other parts of the Maya world, including Guatemala and Mexico, as well as in the Western and Southeastern United States and Southern African regions. Dr. Horowitz's presentation is entitled Making Tools, Biface Production in the Mopan Valley, Belize. And we wait to get Dr. Horowitz's presentations. A reminder to put your comments and questions in the question and answer section, either on the Facebook Live chat box or within any of the other chat boxes. We can see that we have quite a few questions here already. Make sure that you identify who you want to address your question. Additionally, make sure that you are put in a question in a way that it can be addressed by the specific presenters. Our first session this morning, for those of you who have been joining us, is around the theme Ancestral Maya Technologies, and we have heard several presentations on the granite stone tools used by the ancient Maya and still existing today.
And I'm excited to be talking to you a little bit about stone tool or lithic economies, which fit with some of the other papers in this session about ground stone tools, but we're going to be talking about flake stone tools, or those materials which are made by sort of percussion activities and which were some of the most common tools used by the Maya in the past. Much research in the Maya area has focused on economic activities within the Mopan Valley, Belize, which is my focus region today. Research illustrates that a variety of types of economic activities were performed by the Classic Period Maya, including market exchange, reciprocal exchange, and taxation and tribute. This is very similar to our modern economy, where we participate in market exchanges, as well as things like informal exchanges with friends and neighbors. The presence of multiple exchange systems raises intriguing questions about relationships between producers, various people who made certain types of materials. This is of particular interest for stone tools or lithic economies, as stone tools or lithic production areas are very easy to identify, at least compared to other material types. They result in large quantities of waste from the production of tools, and stone preserves really well, so it's fairly easy to identify those locations. The process of making a stone tool is reductive, so you actually remove material from a larger piece to make a tool, so those things that are removed or left behind, the debitage, are found in the locations where that production was performed, making it fairly easy to trace those production activities between the different locations where they were produced. Here I'm going to be focusing on an overview of a previously uninvestigated lithic production area, the Manzanero Lithic Workshop, to tell us a little bit more about who was making these stone tools and what that tells us about the interactions and economic activities in the Mopan Valley during the Classic period. In particular, it provides us with an opportunity to determine whether multiple lithic producers coexisted in the past and how those different producers interacted. I argue that lithic producers independently produced these stone tool materials without direction from the local political leaders, and that they competed with each other to produce and distribute specific types of tools, bifaces, which is my focus here, and those are tools that are worked on two sides. During the Classic period, that's between about 200 and 800 CE, the Mopan Valley, which you're seeing here on this graphic, contains several known lithic production areas, such as the Skaggs Lithic Workshop, which is located in the modern-day town of Skaggs, and the Color Creek Quarry, located near the Aldea of Santa Rosa, on the other side of the Mopan Valley, or the Mopan River, as well as in household and production areas throughout the region in some of the locations you see here on this map. Some tool types, like those bifaces that I just mentioned, which are those tools worked on two sides, which were used for a variety of functions by the Maya, were produced in specific workshops, mostly like the Skaggs Lithic Workshop. Again, that's located in the modern village of Skaggs. And they were exchanged through market exchange at the marketplaces at the sites of Xunantunich and Buena Vista, as Bernadette Kapp has shown through her research at those sites. The Manzanero Lithic Workshop, which is the area of my discussion here today, is located, again, in the Mopan Valley in western Belize, just outside the modern village of Skaggs and very close to that Skaggs Lithic Workshop. Given its location, you see here the site of Xunantunich on the hilltop here, and then the location of the Lithic Workshop on the other side of the Mopan River on an opposite hilltop. Determining the types of tools that were produced in the workshop is key to understanding the relationship between producers. The Skaggs Lithic Workshop is very close by, and so depending on whether or not they were operating at the same time and making the same types of tools, that tells us if there's competition between those lithic workshops. Here's just some overview photos of what the workshop looks like. I first visited it in 2019 and conducted preliminary investigations there in 2022, and analysis of the materials collected during those is ongoing, as you'll see in a moment. There are a lot of things, so it's taking a little bit of to go through some of them. The area was recognizable when we first visited it as the site of lithic production activities, or the production of stone tools, based on the dense concentrations of the debitage or waste products from making those materials visible on the ground surface, which you can see in the two pictures on the right-hand side of this slide. And also in areas of soil disturbance from things like tree fall, you could see the materials actually coming out of the soil, as you can see in the excavation photo that I have on the left-hand side of this slide. Preliminary investigations focused on surface collections to identify the extent of the production area, and test excavations of the workshop and adjacent buildings to see sort of what the occupation was like in the area. The systematic surface collection illustrated that lithic debris from tool production was concentrated to the western side of the area. That's actually downslope. It's on a rather large hill of the investigated area, with densities dropping off to the eastern side, where there were more ceramics and where there is an informal structure that I'll talk about in a minute. This informal structure is outlined here on the right-hand side of this image. and was probably an area of occupation, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a second. Excavations of the workshop area illustrated the presence of a rough cobble platform on which the producers would have napped or made the stone tools. So they were working on this sort of informal cobble surface that they created as a level area on the hillside to make the tools. Debitage was present above, below, and among the cobbles, although in lower densities among them, suggesting that while they were napping on this platform or making stone tools, the waste, that debitage, fell through the platform into the surrounding sediment. This napping platform is consistent with other lithic production areas, such as the Sukut's lithic workshop and the workshop at the site of El Pilar, located a little bit to the north of this area. Unlike those examples, however, this platform is pretty big. It's minimally 35 by 10 meters, which is about 350 square meters, and that's the distance between my excavation units, suggesting a wide spatial extent for this area. Analysis of ceramic materials that was found within the matrix of the workshop points to a predominantly late classic 1 and 2, so about 600 to 780 CE, use of the workshop, with some potential for earlier use or occupation based on the presence of some pre-classic sherds within the workshop context, although not a lot. I also conducted excavations of that informal structure I mentioned that's located to the western side of the workshop area itself, and that's upslope. This structure is in part modified bedrock, so that stone that's at the base of everything was partially modified, and a retaining wall was put in, and you can see that informal retaining wall right here in that image, and then it's also marked on this drawing that you can see here. And that created a platform base for a informal platform structure. This structure had 2 levels with a patio area located outside the structure, followed by a step up to a low-lying platform, represented by the retaining wall. Again, that's a modified bedrock structure. As will be discussed further in a moment, the materials from the structure represent objects typically found in households, like large numbers of ceramics and some obsidian. So this was probably the base for a perishable structure, so something made of wood that we wouldn't see anymore, used by lithic producers for protection from the sun and as a living and working space. The dating of the structure suggests that the later phases of construction occurred again in that late classic 1 and 2, just like the workshop, between about 600 and 780 CE. That's about the same time again as that workshop. Some early classic materials between about 4 and 600 CE and pre-classic materials were also identified within the construction materials, suggesting occupation of the site began at least in the early classic, but possibly earlier. To further evaluate what was happening at the workshop, so what types of tools were being produced by these people, I conducted a detailed lithic analysis, both of materials from the surface collection and from test excavations. And first I'll discuss that debitage, or those waste products, from the surface collections, and then other materials. So I begin here with this analysis of the surface collected materials. I took those surface collections, they're 1 meter diameter circles. And one of them, so a single 1 meter diameter circle just on the surface, so no excavation, collected 833 pieces of debitage, which is a lot, because that's just what you can see on the surface. And I analyzed only the whole flake, so those things that we have the entirety of, and I can identify what their production method was, so what type of tool was used to produce them. And you can see that information here, and this is a lot of detail, but the important thing is you can see that over 80% of them are thinning flakes, which are the types of materials that result from the production of bifaces, those tools that are worked on both sides that I mentioned earlier. And so since the majority of these are thinning flakes, this really points again to this being a biface production workshop. The other really important thing that resulted from the surface collection analysis is just the large numbers of materials. Over 833 pieces from just on that surface of a 1 meter area is quite significant. Similarly, the densities from excavation context also reveal evidence of biface production activity, so the production of those bifaces, making them. And in a 1 by 1 meter unit, which was changed to a 50 by 50 centimeter unit after 20 centimeters of excavation because there was too much stuff in it, that illustrated between 68 and 78% of those bifacial thinning flakes, as you can see in this table here. And pressure flakes, which are from the final stage finishing of those tools, is between 3 and 5%. So again, most of the material for making these bifaces, suggesting that's what the producers in this workshop were doing. These percents and numbers are only based on whole flakes. In the table, if you want the totals, I have those listed there just for everyone. And then here's some examples of what they look like. There is some evidence of earlier stages of production, so not just the bifaces themselves, but suggesting that people were taking these large cobbles of raw material, of chert, and breaking them down into these pieces to make the bifaces. Despite the fact that it's a lot of things, as you can see, it's over 13,000 pieces just from this 1 by 1 meter unit. It's actually not as dense as some of the other production areas in the region. So there's the approximate number of flakes per cubic meter is about 55,000, which is much less dense than comparable areas such as the Sikhotlithik workshop, which is about 500,000 per cubic meter. So not nearly that dense. Here's just some examples of those bifaces, the things that people were making here. These are the broken ones that were discarded at the workshop. A total of 20 broken bifaces were collected from surface collections and excavations. Most of them were broken during production and were discarded due to some sort of error, which meant that they couldn't be completed and had to be discarded, and then were not made into those finished products. There were a handful of bifaces of that 23, which were finished and show evidence of use, suggesting that they were also used in some sort of the production activities that were occurring at the site, and that's probably for the acquisition of those materials to actually make bifaces. Another interesting thing which we recovered during our excavations is the presence of several hammerstones. Hammerstones are the materials that you use to actually produce the tool, right? So we're making all of that waste product by using the hammerstones to strike the larger cobble of raw material. There were 5 hammerstones of quartz and 1 monofragment, which were collected. And quartz is a common material used for hammerstones, and monofragments are also often reused that way. And the presence of these within the workshop is significant, as hammers are needed for lithic production. They're a vital tool. But within the Mopan Valley, they're pretty rare because there's not a lot of locally available raw material that makes for good hammerstones. Limestone and chert, which are the materials that we find within the region, make for bad hammerstones just because they tend to break upon contact with the chert. And so materials which are better for hammerstones are often used extensively, and thus are pretty difficult to identify archaeologically, as they're often pretty small. Like the image you see here on the right, you wouldn't necessarily sort of recognize that as a hammerstone if you're not looking for it. I wanted to provide some sort of estimates. So how many bifaces do we think people were making based on the sort of preliminary data that we have? That's a pretty important thing to know, maybe something you were all thinking. And so to provide an estimate, I used the estimates from Whitaker et al. 2009, which was their investigation of the workshop at El Pilar, the biface production area. And they estimate, based on experimental activities where they produced bifaces that look similar to the ones that they were finding and the ones that we were finding at the workshop here, that making a single biface would result in 1,000 to 1,500 grams of waste product, or debitage. And so what I did is I used these estimates and I figured out how much the debitage from my 1 by 1 meter excavation unit was. It's about 44,000 grams of debitage. So within that one unit, that's enough debitage for the production of between 30 and 44 bifaces within that test unit. Then I multiplied that by the estimation of the size of the napping platform that I mentioned earlier. That's about 350 square meters. So that suggests an estimate of between 10 to 15,000 bifaces produced. What's important about that, this is way less than the 150 to 250,000 bifaces that were proposed to have been produced at the El Pilar workshop. However, 15,000 bifaces is still a lot, particularly when you think that a common, everyday household might only have 5 or 10. So that's still feeding or providing a large number of these tools to many households in the region. While these data are preliminary and some further analysis and investigation will provide further insights, I can draw some preliminary thoughts for you about them. In general, the producers at the Monsanero Lithic Workshop were small-scale, part-time craft producers. The informal structures, so it's a very small informal platform, and that small amount of debitage compared to larger workshops in the region really shows part-time production activity. And like other small-scale workshops, they seem to have been independent of political leaders in the region. However, they're located very close to the Sikhotlithik workshop. The distance between the two today is probably about a 45-minute walk using the modern road system, depending on how fast you walk up hills. And that points to competition between these producers. They're making the same types of tools. Both the Skaggs Lithic Workshop and the Montanaro Lithic Workshop specialized in biface production. And they were operated at the same time and were, again, within an hour's walk of each other. The Skaggs Lithic Workshop is denser than the Montanaro Workshop, suggesting they produced greater numbers of bifaces and may have been the larger biface producer in the region. But there's still a significant quantity which were coming from the Montanaro Workshop, suggesting there's a level of competition within classic period Maya economic systems that we haven't been discussing. Stone tool producers were an important part of past Maya activities as everyone used tools. Acquiring them was an important thing, and studies by Bernadette Kapp at marketplaces show that bifaces were produced at were distributed through markets. Given that the Montanaro Lithic Workshop is a biface production area located only a short distance away from another production area used at the same time, I argue that they're competing against each other and probably were both distributing their tools at the Xunantunich market. And here the background image is the view of Xunantunich from the Montanaro Lithic Workshop. These workshops were part-time, small-scale producers who were independent of any political leaders, and the competition between them had impacts for consumers in the region as they may have been able to choose where they were getting their bifaces. Future additional research at the workshop will provide more information on how materials were exchanged and what the role of those exchanges were for the lives of everyday past peoples. So thank you all very much for your attention, and thanks to everyone who assisted with and helped out with this project.
Thank you so much, Dr. Horowitz, for your presentation. It was very informative and thought-provoking. We will make an attempt to go back to Dr. Spenard's presentation. If you were with us earlier, we did have a technological glitch. And so Dr. Spenard's presentation, Nose to the Grindstone, a discussion on ancient Maya groundstone industry of the mountain pine ridge. We were almost finished with the presentation, but we will see what we can do at this point to hear his presentation.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for logging in to see my talk today. Before I begin, I want to thank Henby for... Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for logging in to see my talk today. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for logging in to see my talk today. Before I begin, I want to thank Henby for organizing this third KULCHA Symposium and for giving us this opportunity to discuss our work with you all. We're really excited to be presenting here again. Good morning.
All right, well, technology is not our friend this morning, so we will move on to the question and answer session. And one of the things is that we do have the presenters here with us this morning to address your questions live. So probably we can get Dr. John Spenard to let us know what we did not see in his presentation. The questions have been posted in the comment section. And so what I would do is I would go through the comments and questions and address them to the particular people in the way that they appear in the chat. So thank you and welcome, presenters. Okay, so the first question is to Dr. Brouwer Burg, and it's from Ali Villarreal, and the question asks, would it be feasible to do experimental archaeology to test the least cost parts created by GIS, or would this be hindered by modern construction?
Yeah, thank you, Ali, for that question. It's a good one. It may be possible to test some of these least cost paths, but it would be really difficult. More or less what we would need to do is to source more of the groundstone assemblages from sites along the Belize River, or those, if we know of sites along that sort of projected overland route, to see if we kind of find a trail of breadcrumbs from the mountain pine sources and the quarries and the workshops near, John sites and Pacbitun. And do we see the sort of trail of breadcrumbs of granite, mountain pine ridge granite that moves up into, downriver up into our Brouwer study, the lower reaches of the Belize River Valley. So it wouldn't be easy, but it is possible. The reason that we run the really as sort of a learning tool to ask the how question, and that I think will continue to perplex us. But we know that they were moving that groundstone. We can also look at some proxy lines of data. I'm thinking about, like historical maps that might show trails that people used back in, historical memory, trails that people used to get down from the mountains to the river and to out to the ocean. So there are various different ways that we can start to test this, but it is going to be difficult. And the reason that we use that technique is more almost like a thought experiment, and to start us down and ask more research questions and start us down more interesting avenues of inquiry. Thanks for your question.
Thank you very much for sharing that answer. The next two questions come from Willie. The first one asks, how far have we evaluated ancient Mayan presence and development in the Belize River, specifically behind Tea Kettle? And really doesn't address any particular person, so whoever can answer that one. And his second question is about the imaging, and has that been done in Belize, and are there any documents or maps for public review or lecture? So I don't know who would like to take either of those two questions from Willie.
I guess I can jump in. I don't know the question about Tea Kettle. I don't know how much has been done there, but certainly the Brouwer project, I think, is working in that area today. So, that would be a question for Dr. Jaime Awe and some of his colleagues. The question about LiDAR imaging, various different archaeological projects in Belize have paid for individual flights over their survey areas, or groups of scholars have come together to finance some of these flights. It's really costly to acquire this kind of data, and so as far as I know, I don't think there's any repository of those LiDAR imagery, that LiDAR imagery that's available to the public, although I think there should be. Mm-hmm. The question always comes down to, the bureaucracy of who has paid for it and how you make that open access. But that's certainly something that, I think it should be available to folks. And, that's maybe something that we need to think more deeply about how we make it available to people. Maybe some of my colleagues can add to that.
Okay, thank you for the responses. The next question is again, not directed at any particular person. How do you prepare? It's from Carolyn Dawson, and it's asked, how do you prepare your hands to collect your finds with the mindset of preservation?
I can take that on.
Thank you.
If you'd like. It's really a really good question, Carolyn. Nothing. I don't do anything specific in the field with the mindset of preservation. It's largely because we're excavating. So the stuff is already. Once we take it out of the ground, we need to then consider preservation. So it's how we treat the artifacts afterwards. Really is really what your question is. So in the field, not too much, right? But it's after the field and how we handle them in the lab. So oftentimes the artifacts are processed depending on what they are. Sometimes we just brush the dirt off of them. Sometimes we wash them off with water, and then we keep them stored as best as we can, considering the conditions. Keep them in various containers. Keep them locked away from bugs and things like that. So we do, it is a consideration, but it's not so much preparing our hands when they're coming out of the field. It's the stuff that we do afterwards in the lab, right? So pretty much just cleaning it off. And for the most part, the materials are pretty much stable. The ceramics, the lithics, very hard to damage those after they're cleaned off. So it's the lab work that we do that prepares them, right, for preservation.
Thanks for that insight. And we have just a few more questions. Again, another general one. What kinds of people, in terms of their identities, social status, etc., were in ancestral Mayan society would have been responsible for the different stages of the stone tool production and distribution? Any insights into that?
I can go ahead and start off with that if that's okay with everyone. I think this is a really important question and one that we probably need a little bit more data to talk about, and for the most part. And I can, just from the stone tool, sort of flake stone tool perspective, most of the individuals who are making the majority of stone tools are sort of your everyday Maya person. They tend to be found in sort of everyday households adjacent to those buildings where people were living. However, not in Belize itself, but elsewhere in the Maya area, people who have found evidence for the production of sort of fancier stone tools, more decorative things like those Maya eccentrics that you may know a little bit about, have shown evidence that those are probably being made by sort of more important people, maybe those royal rulers themselves or members of royal families. And part of that has to do with the ritualized knowledge and sort of specialized knowledge that you may have needed to produce those tools, and how that knowledge may have been sort of restricted to certain members of the society. So there's a little bit of variability depending on what you're talking about, but definitely something that we need a little bit more research into as well.
I can say a little bit about the granite production that we see around Pacbitun. And just like Rachel said, we see these little granite production mounds right next to isolated little households that are probably regular folks, and they're doing this as seasonal work. But the scale of production that we see at Pacbitun reaches way beyond what anybody at the city or even in the surroundings is using. So we're at least inferring that there are levels of mobilization of what's produced through some sort of a chain, as what we think a lot of it is being going into trade outside of Pacbitun. And so even larger households on the periphery that are working within particular areas that are pooling what's produced by these individual producers, and then maybe even to the core itself before those things are taken out of Pacbitun to be worked with somewhere else. And it is an empirical question. We have to find the evidence at larger groupings and in the core to be able to demonstrate that. But at least it's a question we're trying to figure out.
Great. Thank you very much. And in the interest of time, we do have a coffee break after, but we want to give the presenters an opportunity to answer these questions. The next question from Megan is around the issues of any efforts today to revitalize or reintroduce the granite working and in present day communities. I don't know if anybody wishes to address that one.
I can jump into that, and Megan, that's a really good question, and it's something that I've started to look into at the end of this last field season, is how I can make that happen in the area, and again, just looking into just laying the groundwork to think through of all the different connections that we'd have to make, and who would have to get involved in terms of government agencies and things like that. But certainly that's something I'm looking into, and that's one of the directions I hope to take this project in the not too distant future, is to get this industry revitalized, especially with the community like San Antonio. You know, it's right there with the women's group and all the revitalization happening there. I think it's a really important avenue of research that or not research, but collaborative effort that I'm certainly looking into.
Thank you very much for that. And I'll just move on quickly with the last two questions. One from Ali again, and this is for Dr. Horowitz. What is the smallest size of debitage that you find?
Yeah, so this is a really important question, and the answer is we get micro debitage. So things that are micro debitage generally defined as smaller than 4 millimeters, so that's very tiny, right? And sort of, I think Adam mentioned a little bit earlier the granite sands that they found as well, right? So that really tiny materials. And so no, your 1/4 inch screen that we usually use to put the dirt through is not good enough to collect that data. So what I usually do, there's sort of 2 ways of doing this. You can take samples from each unit and level when you excavate and do something we call flotation, where you take a sample and that gives us all of the really small lithic material that you might find. I didn't tell you about any of that because it takes a long time to process, and I haven't processed any of the micro debitage yet, so that's on the to-do list. And the other way is to sort of do a column sample where you take a larger sample and just collect everything from that, which, given the scale of materials, is also a little bit difficult because we asked about preservation earlier. One of the big issues of preservation is where do we put all of this stuff? And lithics are really heavy. And so storing a large quantity of them is kind of problematic. So taking smaller amounts of that material, particularly the tiniest debitage, that can then help us to understand that. So yeah, it's really important to sample those very small pieces so that we can learn a little bit more about that in the production that's happening right in those locations. So it's a great question.
Thank you. And we have just one last question before we wrap this section up. Who is responsible? This question is from Nick West. Who is responsible for restoring that quarry at Mountain Pine Ridge? Great question.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. So any kind of work like that would have to go through the Institute of Archaeology. And if I was interested in it, and I think maybe I'm misunderstanding the question in terms of thinking like reconstructing an archaeological site or restoring an archaeological site. That would go through the Institute of Archaeology. If you're thinking about how can we start quarrying materials from there again, there is active quarries on the other side of the Caracol Road from where we're working. At least modern quarries that granite's being extracted from. So, but any kind of restoration or any kind of re-engagement with these quarries would have to go through permission from the Institute of Archaeology.
Yeah. Thank you very much, presenters in this session. We just want to remind the audience that all of the presentations, including yours, John, will be uploaded when we have the video ready after the 2 days of the symposium. So again, lots of comments thanking you for those very insightful presentations. We will have a shortened coffee break, and we will start back around 10. Thank you.
Heritage Education Network Belize Culture Symposium, Community Issues and Innovative Practices. Make sure you join with our Facebook and YouTube. I want to there, you better there.
All we know that you are there.
Welcome back from the coffee break. I hope you managed to grab something to eat, something to drink, maybe stretch your legs, or if you were like me, I was grooving in my seat listening to the music by Mr. Alexander Evans. We are ready for more of the culture discussions. And if you are just joining us, you would have missed our morning session. But remember, all of the presentations will be recorded and uploaded. We want to take the time to send our warmest congratulations to Mr. Alexander Evans, who has been awarded the prestigious Sheldon Scholarship. And we say congratulations from the Henry team, Mr. Evans. A gentle reminder to the audience that we have live question and answer segments when our presenters would be with us. And so make sure that you place your questions in the comment sections on Facebook and YouTube. We also want to take this time to remind those of you who appreciate the work that is being done to put on a symposium like this, our third this year, that this organization, Henry, is a non-profit entity. So please consider donating so that we can make more events like this possible. The donation link can be found on the website at www.heritagebelize.org. We move now into our next segment on documenting our past. And in this segment, we continue with archaeological research in Belize, and we take a diverse look at the ways archaeologists have engaged with documenting the past here in Belize, including ancient graffiti at Xunantunich, conservation at Lamanai, and colonial cuisine at San Pedro Cerris. We start this morning's session on documenting our past with Miss Lauren Nowakowski. Ms. Nowakowski is a first-year graduate student pursuing a PhD in archaeology at the University of Texas at San Antonio. Her dissertation research focuses on the site of Xunantunich in Belize, specifically Group C. In the spring of 2023, she graduated with her master's from UTSA, where her thesis focused on analyzing different documentation methods that have been applied to ancient Maya graffiti. This research was conducted through a case study of the Maya graffiti located in structure A5 second, the graffiti rooms located on the main Acropolis structure of El Castillo at Xunantunich. Today, we will be hearing about this research in her presentation entitled Methodological Approaches to Recording Ancient Maya Incised Graffiti, a case study from structure A5 second at Xunantunich.
Before I begin, I just wanted to say a quick thank you to the organizers of this event. In this paper, I will be discussing my master's thesis research, which focused on different methodological approaches for recording ancient Maya graffiti. Ancient Maya graffiti is defined as graphic imagery incised as secondary images on architectural and non-architectural surfaces. In the case of structure A5 second, all of the graffiti analyzed in this comparative study were incised into plaster walls. This is an often understudied art form, with many of the past discoveries of graffiti lacking accurate recording or in-depth analysis. This research addresses the need for an analysis of documentation efforts through a comparative study of various techniques within the space of structure A5 second at the site of Xunantunich in Belize. I will begin by introducing structure A5 second and then analyzing the three different techniques that were compared in this study, which include reflectance transformation imaging, hand mapping, and mylar tracing. and the conversion of these methods into digital line drawings, ultimately determining the benefits and disadvantages of each. I will then conclude with the results of this comparison and future directions for recording ancient Maya graffiti. By applying these techniques to the graffiti of structure A5 second, this research aims to improve documentation of ancient Maya graffiti and ensure the production of data that can lead to stronger interpretations of this ancient art form. Structure A5 second can be seen on the northeast corner of the El Castillo Acropolis, located in Group A, the late classic site core Xunantunich. It is comprised of two vaulted galleries. The southern vaulted gallery of structure A5 second was partially excavated by Alec McLellan, who exposed the two graffiti-filled rooms known as Room 1 and Room 2. In the photo on the left, you can see exactly where structure A5 second is located, and the image in the center shows a reconstruction of what the structure would have resembled during the late classic hot chalk phase. Both Room 1 and Room 2 in structure A5 second contain preserved plaster surfaces, a large bench that occupies most of the space within the room, and vaulted ceilings. Dr. Catherine Brown and colleagues have proposed that these rooms functioned as a space for specialized instruction due to several lines of evidence, including the high density of graffiti on its walls. The photograph on the left shows a screenshot of the photogrammetry model created by Neil Dixon. The photo on the top right shows the plan map of Room 2, which demonstrates the size of the bench within the room. All of the graffiti that were documented using the three different techniques were located on the exterior wall and on the walls of Room 2. I chose to prioritize documentation of graffiti from Room 2, as Room 1 had already been extensively documented during the 2016 field season when it was first excavated. Structure A5 second is unusual because of its high density of graffiti elements, which is why I selected areas for documentation that had a singular graffito or a cluster of graffiti in order to provide systematic observations about methodology that would be useful in many other areas in the Maya lowlands. In total, I chose 14 spatial areas on the walls within Room 2, along with 4 full wall elevation maps using different hand mapping techniques. By documenting 14 different spatial areas, I was able to record graffiti that differed in terms of complexity, their location in terms of height off the ground, various preservation levels, different density of individual elements, and graffiti of variable size. Across the 14 spatial areas, documented a total of 80 individual graffiti elements were recorded. These spatial areas varied in terms of number of elements, from only depicting one graffito to 17 different graffiti elements. Now I will describe each of the 3 techniques that were applied when documenting the graffiti, and how they were specifically applied when recording the graffiti of structure A5 second. These 3 methodologies were chosen because they are the most common techniques utilized by scholars. I began with hand mapping since it was an in-field technique with very close engagement with the incised designs in situ in their architectural context. I figured that if I had started with RTI, I would have identified very faint incised lines in the RTI images that I wouldn't have seen during hand mapping, which would lead to a higher level of bias when hand mapping and mylar tracing. There's still going to be some level of bias towards identifying more elements as I proceeded through the process of documenting the same area with 3 different techniques, as I could not erase memories of the graffiti identified in each successive documentation effort. Hand mapping was conducted in the field using items commonly found in the field, such as pens, graph paper, Sharpies, measuring tape, clear plastic, small nails, all things found at a relatively low cost. I created a clear plastic grid to be attached to the wall using a plastic artifact bag, which can be seen in the image on the top left of the screen. The plastic grid was anchored to the wall in areas where the plaster was no longer preserved so as not to destroy any in situ plaster. I would then document the spatial area on the graph at a scale of 1 to 1 centimeters. Following hand mapping efforts, I would create mylar tracings of the graffiti. In the case of structure A5 second, we use a clear plastic material called mylar to conduct tracings. I used a 10 mil mylar that was translucent rather than clear and was a bit cloudy. This technique required only the mylar, nails, and Sharpies. Similar to hand mapping, most of these items are found in an archaeological project with the exception of mylar. The mylar was then cut into pieces to fit each of the 14 areas and was then attached to the wall using small nails where the plaster was damaged. It then required the use of a headlamp in order to illuminate the wall during documentation. It's a very simple technique that can be accomplished by most individuals. It does require direct contact with the surfaces being recorded, meaning that it has the potential to damage the archaeological record. For this reason, we use a thicker mylar so that it wouldn't wrinkle or warp when in contact with the surface. Once the Mylar tracings were complete, they were transported back to the lab where they were digitized and imported into Adobe Illustrator. The next technique I incorporated was reflectance transformation imaging. RTI is an image capture and processing technique that uses a DSLR camera to take a series of photos of a surface, illuminated by a distinct light source captured at various angles. The series of photographs are then used to create a model with a movable light source, which allows for easy manipulation and study of incised graffiti by just moving the angle of the light. This process can be captured by one individual or if space permits multiple people. In order to conduct RTI, a researcher must assemble a toolkit, which in its simplest form involves a DSLR camera, 2 black reflective spheres, a movable light source, string, remote camera trigger, and tripod. When conducting RTI, you take shots of the area with the light source moving around in a clock-like rotation, with 3 to 6 pictures taken at every hour on the clock with angles between 15 and 65 degrees. This means starting at 12 o'clock and then taking photos at various angles, moving to 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, and so on. The data is then processed in open source software that is very user-friendly and allows for the creation of an RTI model in as quickly as 10 minutes. Once you have this RTI model built, you can open the viewing software and view the model using 3 different rendering modes. When documenting the graffiti from structure A5 second, the models had already been built by Neil Dixon during previous field seasons. I would begin by opening the RTI models in the RTI viewer and zooming into the areas I had already documented. Those are the 14 different spatial areas that I previously mentioned. I would then take a screenshot of that area in the RTI viewer and import the JPEG file into Adobe Illustrator. From here, I would create line drawings in Illustrator while simultaneously viewing the RTI model on another computer screen. This allowed me to digitally inspect the area while tracing the graffiti, changing the light source in order to ensure that all of the incised lines were traced. By applying hand mapping, Mylar tracing, and RTI to the same 14 spatially defined areas within structure A5 second, I was able to identify differences in these techniques' applicabilities. Comparison was possible in the different stages that each mapping process went through, and also analysis of the resulting drawings of each technique. For each method, I observed and recorded the complexity of the graffiti, the location of the graffiti relative to the floor, walls, and other graffiti, the equipment used, the time required to document the image, and take note of the problems that were encountered with each technique, including possible researcher bias and the situational effectiveness. By doing this for each method, I was able to discuss the strengths and weaknesses for the techniques and the benefits that are provided to researchers in various contexts. Of all the methods, RTI was the least invasive technique, while hand mapping and Mylar tracing both required surface contact. Therefore, when documenting a delicate surface where there are concerns that the surface contact might lead to damage, it is better to consider a less invasive technique like RTI. I was also able to take logistical considerations into account when comparing the graffiti. Of the methods, Mylar tracing required the least amount of setup and training, making it the most accessible in terms of ease. The negatives that come with Mylar, though, are that it might not be accessible in some locations. Hand mapping, similar to Mylar, is a very accessible technique to researchers, but it's much more time-intensive than Mylar. In terms of cost of equipment, RTI is the most expensive, although many projects likely have a camera used to document their site, which can easily be used for RTI. In terms of time constraints and the efficiency of the techniques, Mylar tracing, in terms of time taken, is the most efficient method. Across the digitization of the graffiti, the Mylar tracing method took about half of the time that it took to document through RTI or hand mapping. Another thing to consider when recording graffiti is the accuracy. While Mylar tracing took the least amount of time, it came with several trade-offs. The line drawings were the lowest in quality due to the use of Sharpies, because this limits the ability to accurately document lines of different thickness. This impact on the accuracy can then later affect interpretations of the graffiti, since small details could potentially be omitted. Mylar tracing also recorded the lowest number of graffiti elements of the 3 methods. In this comparison, seen below, you can see the differences between the methods. Visually, RTI provides the most detailed depictions of the graffiti, with the Mylar providing the least detailed. The hand mapping technique was also more accurate than the Mylar tracing. It resulted in a high-quality line drawing of graffiti elements, as well as allowing for a better understanding of the depth of incisions. Even though hand mapping was more accurate than Mylar, the RTI methods still resulted in the highest level of detail and were the most accurate. RTI was able to illuminate faint lines that were invisible to the naked eye in certain situations, making this technique highly valuable. Another aspect of RTI that results in more accurate images of the graffiti is the fact that researchers have the ability to access both the line drawing and the RTI model in tandem, which allows the researcher to change lines as needed. On the other hand, images created using mylar tracing and hand mapping can only be checked through visual inspection at the place of study, or by using one of the other documentation techniques alongside it. Each technique also has trade-offs in terms of the space that one is recording in. For example, tight confined spaces limit the number of researchers who can access the space and what materials can be brought in to record features. When discussing scale, unlike RTI, hand mapping and mylar tracing are inherently scaled due to their methodology. The RTI data can be scaled, but the scale needs to be placed in the original models or added in at a later date. New variations to the software include the option to place scales in the model. Finally, it is important to note the degree of engagement that a researcher has when incorporating the different documentation techniques. Hand mapping and mylar tracing both provide opportunities for researchers to engage in aspects of the graffiti that go beyond documentation of the graffiti itself. For example, a researcher can analyze the spatial arrangements and location of the graffiti's height from the floor surface. Even though RTI requires a researcher to be present to be conducted in the field, it doesn't necessarily require an intensive engagement with the graffiti, since the researcher isn't necessarily going to be focused on each individual line of the graffiti. The process of conducting RTI in the field is more focused on the action of recording the graffiti through the various photograph light angles. While the semi-objective data produced by methods like RTI are valuable, this data is only available to be viewed through a computer screen and cannot replicate the physical senses that are highlighted when studying something in its original context. As mentioned previously, often the person engaging with the RTI models may not have been the person who recorded the graffiti in the field. Although there are many advantages to this scenario, it can result in a limited understanding of the larger context. Seeing the graffiti in context provides a more holistic understanding of the space and allows for more nuanced interpretations about the ancient artists that worked there. All of these are important things to take into consideration when documenting graffiti, as the resulting raw data and line drawings created are the dataset that researchers will be using in the future for comparative studies. This requires accurate recording methods of this ancient art in order to preserve the images for future generations and my descendant communities. Scholars need to carefully evaluate the methods available to them in different situations so that they can make informed decisions about their documentation efforts. The different methods can ultimately impact both interpretations as well as how that data is collected and later displayed and shared. After testing these different methods, I recommend that all graffiti be photographed both through simple single-shot photographs and, if possible, through multiple overlapping shots that can be used to create photogrammetric models. This is in order to document the graffiti, but also its larger context. When documenting individual graffiti elements of smaller scenes, I recommend that researchers create RTI models of all the graffiti elements present. This creates the most objective dataset that can be used to create highly detailed line drawings. The RTI models also allow for researchers to study graffiti elements and plaster surfaces beyond the creation of line drawings, such as studies of spatial relationships. If it is not possible to conduct RTI, then I recommend hand mapping. And if time constraints make that impossible, then mylar tracing might be the way to go. While these three methodologies are the most common techniques utilized by scholars, there are other techniques out there that are available to researchers documenting graffiti. In the future, as technology improves, it'll be interesting to see how tablets affect the accuracy and accessibility of streamlining the documentation process. In terms of documentation methods, 3D modeling and laser scanning are both techniques that could be applied to recording graffiti. Both techniques could aid in the larger contextual problem associated with the RTI method. Laser scanning, while costly, has the ability to accurately record surface texture in a fast and efficient manner. Another technique, such as programs that can produce computer-generated line drawings, will also improve the time-consuming process of documentation. Although these new technologies are super exciting, there will always be trade-offs. The time-consuming aspect of techniques like hand mapping do serve an important role in allowing researchers to gain a deep, intimate familiarization with the images being studied. This engagement is important for the researcher trying to understand the images and leads to richer interpretations. I'm going to finish up by saying that ancient Maya graffiti has the potential to inform researchers on iconography, epigraphy, political beliefs, societal commentary, religion and its criticisms, and myths, as well as about the ancient artists who made them. But in order to create these insights, we need accurate documentation. Not only accurate documentation to create insights, but also to preserve the graffiti for future research and broader public interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nowakowski, for your insightful discussion on the visual methods of data collection that you use at Structure A5 second at Xunantunich. Continuing our presentations in this session on documenting our past, we now introduce Dr. Alec McLellan. Dr. McLellan has served as an instructor at several universities in Ontario, Canada, including University of Toronto, Trent University, Wilfrid Laurier University, and the University of Western Ontario. He has also served as a research fellow at the Trent University Archaeological Research Centre, TUARC. His research focuses on the development of pre-Columbian Maya civilization at Lamani and Carcabish, two sites in northern Belize. He is interested in settlement patterns, paleo-environmental reconstructions, spatial analysis, geographic information systems, and early complex societies. Alex is currently a postdoctoral fellow at the University of Nottingham. Today, he will be presenting on community engagement and the preservation of archaeological record in the periphery of Lamani, Belize.
Hi, my name is Alec McLellan, and thank you for joining me. My presentation today is focused on our ongoing efforts to preserve the archaeological record of the ancient Maya settlement in the periphery of Lamani, which is an important Maya site in northwestern Belize. The area surrounding Lamani is threatened by modern construction, roadworks, and agricultural intensification. The KULCHA project, which is an archaeological project co-directed by myself and Dr. Cara Tremaine, spent this past summer using a DJI Mavic 3 drone to document the ever-changing landscape 5 kilometers from the Civic Ceremonial Center of Lamani, capturing thousands of aerial photos over the course of a 4-week season. The photo in this slide shows the state of the archaeological record at KULCHA, which is impacted by agriculture, cow pasture, roads, and houses, with only some of it that is still forested. The isolated limestone debris fields that mark the landscape are the remnants of ancient Maya houses. It is the record of these houses that we are trying to preserve. The KULCHA project imported aerial photos into Agisoft, a photogrammetry software, to create 3D models of the terrain, creating a digital copy of the archaeological record. This presentation discusses the results of this project, but before we get there, let me explain why this part of the ancient Maya world is so important to our understanding of the past. Lamani is a Maya center that has captivated the interest of professionals and non-professionals from many different positions and places in the world. It is known in the archaeological community for its extensive occupation history, which started as early as 1500 BC, continued uninterrupted through the socio-political transitions of the 8th to 10th centuries, and became a seat of colonization by the Spanish in the 16th and 17th centuries, and finally by the English from the 18th century onward. A little less known are two of its neighboring sites, KULCHA, which is 5 kilometers northwest of Lamani, and Carcabish, a medium-sized center that is 10 kilometers northwest of Lamani. These 3 centers of monumental architecture form a settlement system that I refer to as the Greater Lamani area. Between the monumental centers of Lamani, Carcabish, and KULCHA lie thousands of small structures which represent the regular, common people who comprise most of the population in this area. This settlement system is significant for several reasons, but most importantly, scholars are interested in it because of its stability and sustainability, especially in the face of changing socio-political composition of other sites in the Maya world and the mounting evidence of environmental instability in the form of periods of prolonged drought. The Civic Ceremonial Center of Lamani is found in the Lamani Archaeological Reserve, a 950-acre park devoted to the preservation, conservation, research, and protection of the natural and cultural environment. The main tourist sites, located on the map to the left, attract visitors year-round, with guests peaking between January and March. Although the number of tourists visiting Lemani declined over the course of the pandemic, prior to 2019, the site frequently had over 200 visitors a day. Many of the modern communities that interact with Lemani, whether it's tourists from far-flung countries or the residents of nearby towns and villages in Belize, recognize the site by its extensive civic and ceremonial architecture. They witnessed firsthand the High Temple, the Mass Temple, and the Jaguar Temple, three major structures that are protected by the Lemani Archaeological Reserve. But the area we recognize as Lemani represents only a portion of the pre-Columbian people who inhabited the landscape in the past. As I mentioned, the Lemani Archaeological Reserve is surrounded by thousands of undocumented ruined structures. This map you see here represents only a segment of the settlement system, which stretches over 10 kilometers into the interior, as well as along the shores of the New River Lagoon. These structures are the houses of the commoners who supported the construction of the monumental architecture that tourists see every day. The fragile archaeological remnants of these populations fall outside the protection of the Lemani Archaeological Reserve. It is this portion of the archaeological record that is threatened by destruction year after year as the land is impacted by modern development. Thus far, we have identified 400 individual structures, many of which are formed into multi-structure plazuela groups, the common household arrangement found in ancient Maya societies. Two of the largest modern communities in the area are called Shipyard and Indian Creek. Shipyard, north of Lemani and Kakabish, and Indian Creek to the south are Mennonite settlements that have been expanding over the course of the last several decades, moving into areas previously covered by tropical broadleaf forest. The agricultural activities of the surrounding communities allow archaeologists to quickly identify and record evidence of past Maya settlement, especially if they are surveyed immediately after the removal of the forest, but after subsequent years of plowing, agriculture, and eventually cow pasture, the archaeological record starts to degrade. In the next several slides, I want you to focus on the forest coverage surrounding Shipyard and Indian Creek. In 1985, Shipyard was a small settlement with a few camps arranged around central roads. In 1987, Shipyard had a population of only roughly 2,000 people spread over less than 50 square kilometers. Most of the original community members immigrated to Belize, which was then known as British Honduras, in 1958. Indian Creek, which is shown on the map to the south, wasn't settled until 1988. In 1995, by 1995, both communities expanded towards Lemani and Kakabish. Shipyard pushed south, removing large tracts of tropical jungle, replacing palm with corn, and turning forest into highly productive farmland. Indian Creek did the same, expanding in all directions and moving closer to areas that were once heavily populated by the ancient Maya. In 1999, demographic information from Belize showed that the Mennonites had a birth rate well above the national average, a statistic that predicted the expansion witnessed over the next 20 years. By 2005, Shipyard and Indian Creek covered over 150 square kilometers, with the only remaining forest found in a 10-kilometer transect between Lemani and Kakabish. In the literature, we have referred to this area as under siege, as the Mennonite communities move closer to the Maya ruins, buying up new plots of land to transform them from forest to agriculture. By 2015, the transect between Lemani and Kakabish was disturbed by the continued expansion of agriculturalists moving into the area, with only several small plots of land still under forest, and of course, the Lemani Archaeological Reserve, which has protected the forest and the Maya ruins for over 5 decades. Population estimates in 2018 show that the Indian Creek and shipyard communities now have over 5,000 people, over 100% increase over the preceding 4 decades. In the next several years, the entire landscape between Lemani and Kakabich will be completely deforested, with the reserve as the last holdout of biological diversity in the region. Here's an aerial video of a Plazuela group on a raised platform, as well as several other structures surrounding it. Based on the debris field, there were likely 3 structures on top of this platform, all dating to the 10th and 11th centuries. Similar to most of the settlement system outside of the monumental architecture of Kokochan. Most notably, you can see the linear features that extend from each side of the ruined houses, the result of bulldozing activities in the area. You can also see on the far right an area of the forest that was just recently cleared for agriculture. Here's an aerial photo of a settlement midway between Lemani and Kokochan, which was surveyed several years ago. In this relatively small area, just over 1 square kilometer, we identified 87 structures, again, mostly dated to the terminal to early post-classic periods in the 10th and 11th centuries. Aerial photos like this give us a unique and previously inaccessible perspective of the spatial organization of Maya settlements and the alterations they made to their landscape. Not only does the settlement appear gridded, but it is also oriented north and has clear spaces or laneways between groups of structures. This is a contentious interpretation in Maya archaeology, as archaeologists rarely consider Maya settlements to be gridded, with a couple of notable exceptions, such as Baking Pot in the Belize River Valley. Also, the limited spacing between groups of structures, sometimes less than 10 meters, suggests that the settlement was too dense or compact to be characterized by forest gardens, and that the residents relied more heavily on outfield agriculture, as opposed to other sites such as Karakol, which has large spaces, sometimes up to 50 meters, between Plazuela groups. Here's another section of settlement that was recently cleared just northeast of Kokochan. Although the field is more damaged than the previous photo, you can still see the arrangement of several structures, especially in the right portion of the photo. This area was focused on this past season because it was undocumented, recently cleared of forest, and it offered us an opportunity to test the photogrammetry software. Here is a 3D representation of the field in the last photo, including a cow pasture to the south and another field that was previously surveyed to the north. I cannot stress more the importance of this technology in helping to preserve the archaeological record of the settlement system outside of Lemani, especially in areas recently cleared for agriculture. Large sections of the landscape can be quickly surveyed, and the high-quality photos can be used to create a digital record of the archaeological resources in the area. This is especially important in areas where modern development continues to degrade the evidence of the past. Photogrammetry from drone photos can be used to create digital surface models and digital elevation models, aiding in structure identification and helping to document small structures, that is less than 1 meter in height. These are often missed by other remote sensing techniques, such as light detection and ranging, or LiDAR. In the image on the right, you can see the results of this process with contour lines that have been extracted from a digital surface model, showing 3 structures formed into a Plazuela group. We will continue to use this technology in the future, following the expansion of agriculture and documenting the archaeological record before it is degraded to a point that it is no longer accessible. With this data, we will do 3 things. 1, create a digital history of the landscape. 2, add to a greater understanding of the ancient Maya in this part of the world. And 3, help to explain the unique cultural history of this settlement system in Northwest Belize. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you to everyone who made this project possible, including funding from the Social Science and Humanities Research Council of Canada and the efforts and support of the community of Indian Church. Thank you.
And thank you, Alex, for your presentation on the use of aerial photos and photogrammetry for the preservation of archaeological record in this area of Lamanai, Belize. To close our second session this morning is Miss Alessandra Villarreal, Dr. Jason Yeager, Dr. Minette Church, and Miss Lauren Nowakowski to present a paper on their discussion of early economy in middle pre-classic Maya. Ms. Villarreal will present, and she's a PhD candidate at the University of Texas, San Antonio, where she is completing her dissertation on ceramic production of early economy of the middle pre-classic Maya. Since the last Culture Symposium, she has also started analyzing ceramic material from the historic site of San Pedro Sirius and tracing the connections between these vessels and historic Maya relationships with British colonialism. As I said, this is our last presenter in this section, and after her presentation, we will have the question and answer session, and then we will take a break. Alexandra looks forward to continued collaboration with scholars from Belize and abroad on the role of ceramics in the past, present, and future of Belize. Today, Ms. Villarreal and her colleagues will present Cuisine Under Colonialism, New and Old Ceramic Strategies of 19th Century San Pedro Maya.
Good morning. My co-authors and I are grateful to the Heritage Education Network Belize for hosting another exciting exploration into Belizean history, culture, and art. Today we will discuss the historic site of San Pedro Sirius, located south of the Yalbak Creek in the Cayo district. We investigate the relationship between imported and locally made ceramic vessels to get a clearer picture of the historic Maya foodways in the late 19th century and the way that these foodways reflect broader relationships with encroaching British colonial structures at the time. What do we mean by foodways? The term encompasses the practices, norms, beliefs, and ingredients entailed in the production and consumption of food that is shared by a specific social group. Foodways are a particularly interesting avenue of research for two reasons. First, everyone eats. Every individual participates in foodways in some capacity, whether they relish in the flavors of or create new variations on tradition. We all produce and or consume food in some way. Second, from an academic perspective, foodways offer a glimpse at the intersection of tradition, society, economy, and even politics. In this way, food and the cultural practices that surround it can tell us about the encounter, interaction, and conflict between multiple traditions in one place. Here we look at the shape of the San Pedro Maya foodway in the 19th century and how tradition was reproduced and reasserted during a period of violent colonialism in what is now Western Belize. Taking an archaeological perspective, this paper investigates the materials related to the practice of specific food traditions. In the tropical climate of Belize, this rarely includes actual food remains, even from the relatively recent practices of the San Pedro Maya. However, we can look at the remains of farming, cooking, and consumption practices that come together to form the San Pedro Maya foodway. Materials recovered from sites in Western Belize include machetes, pots, bowls, pipes, and bottles, as well as ecological remains like animal bones and pollen records. The majority of the group that Grant Jones would later call the San Pedro Maya have roots in the Yucatan, Mexico. In 1847, the outbreak of the caste war saw violent conflicts between the Criollo and Mestizo leaders of Mexico and the Maya leaders who sought to maintain their own local autonomy. Fleeing the violence, many, including Maya families, sought a new home in what was then British Honduras. The caste war and surrounding tensions created several Maya factions, all differing in their relationship to Mexico. On one hand were the Santa Cruz Maya or Cruzob, who were antagonistic to the Mexican government. On the other hand, were the Pacificos, centered at Yucaiche, allied with the Mexican government, and they played an important role in British Honduras as well, as private British logging interests attempted to place logging camps across the landscape. From the Pacificos, a smaller group branched south, settling the villages of San Pedro Ceris, San Jose Yalbac, and Quixiowinik, among others. These were the San Pedro Maya. While there is documentary and linguistic evidence suggesting an earlier occupation of the Yalbac Hills by non-Yucatec speaking Maya groups, the influx of Yucatec Maya as a result of the caste war impacted the ethnic makeup of the region significantly. Once San Pedro cities and the surrounding settlements of the Yalbac Hills were established in the late 1850s, tensions mounted as borders, land claims, and loyalties were adopted, contested, and redrawn across northern and western British Honduras. The San Pedro break from the Yucaiche Pacificos amplified tension between the Pacificos and their Mexican allies with the San Pedro Maya. The British, as well, feuding with Mexico over land rights to the mahogany forest in central British Honduras, appointed San Pedro Maya leaders like Asuncion Eck as alcaldes in an attempt to integrate them into a more British social and political structure. The San Pedro Maya took advantage of these British concerns, specifically requesting things like arms to use against the Pacificos in the mahogany-rich Yalbac Hills. Tension between the British Logging Company, the Yucaiche Pacificos, and the San Pedro Maya continued to rise throughout the early 1860s as loggers claimed that traditional practices of subsistence milpa created through slash and burn agriculture, you use cut and burn the field in order to grow new crops. They claimed that this disrupted the mature stands of mahogany. In fact, subsistence agriculture allowed the Maya to maintain independence from British economic infrastructure, since they did not rely on the logging camps for wage labor, nor on those wages to purchase food. By maintaining traditional agricultural practices, the San Pedro Maya were able to use their money more freely within the colonial cash economy. However, this independence was severely threatened when the Yucaiche Pacificos raided and ransomed a British logging camp under Mexican authority in 1866. Though the logging camp ransom was eventually paid to the Yucaiche, the event only heightened the suspicion of the British government against all Maya groups. Rumors of pro-Yucaiche sentiments at San Pedro Cities, the foundations of which are suspect, led the British government to send a regiment to the capital at San Pedro Cities and to the nearby San Jose Yalbac in late 1866. While the Maya were able to hold off the British during the first attack, the British sent a second regiment in early 1867 that led to the burning of both San Pedro Cities and San Jose Yalbac. Now, if we're fast forwarding a bit, in the early 2000s, the San Pedro Maya project endeavored to tease out the relationship between the San Pedro Maya and the British during the 19th century. The project specifically sought to understand economic relationships between the two groups and how that reflected the negotiation of the San Pedro Maya identity and their ability to avoid assimilation into the British colonial system more fully. Project members, including two of our authors, scoured historical documents, interviewed village elders, and conducted survey and excavations at and around San Pedro Cities. This presentation focuses on the ceramics recovered from that work. We investigate paste, form, and surface treatment to highlight the relationship between Maya's subsistence economy, the imported British cash economy, and the nuanced integration of the two at San Pedro Cities. In the field, investigators sorted ceramics into three broad categories: ancient, local, and imported. Ancient ceramics generally encompass these heavily eroded pre-Columbian sherds, which were predominantly late Classic in date. These were found in much higher numbers than the other two categories. Imported ceramics referred to highly fired wares that were made abroad and then imported into the region. These included earthenwares, pearlwares, and willowwares, among others. They were produced at an industrial scale and were common across the world throughout the 19th century. Finally, the so-called local wares were low-fired earthenwares and were actually made in a similar fashion as these ancient ceramics, likely using traditional methods. And we infer them to be 19th century or 1800s due to the high frequency of co-occurrence. So due to the fact that they were found with historic wares in historic contexts, which we can date a little bit better. These were designated local to differentiate them from these long distance imported wares. But one of the long-term goals of this project is to actually map the production of the local wares and determine whether they were made and produced in situ by San Pedro Maya potters or were imported from other traditional potting communities elsewhere in the peninsula, such as San Jose on Lake Patenitza or Tikul in the Pook Hills region. Given the persistence of subsistence agriculture and the resistance to assimilation by the Maya, one may assume that there were no imported materials found at San Pedro sites. However, many imported goods, including glass, cast iron, and glazed ceramics, were recovered from project excavations. Multiple types of white earthenware were recovered, including hand-painted flow blue vessels that you see here. Almost all glazed wares had either monochrome or polychrome surface decorations. This relative lack of plain whiteware, so purely white dishes, is distinctly contrasting to assemblages that you would find in the United States or in England at the same time. So clearly the San Pedro Maya were specifically seeking out decorated pieces when they purchased. Choices of form were also intentional, as almost all recovered sherds came from either bowls or dishes. These forms point to specific consumption practices, especially when we note that few glazed cups or plates were found in excavation. Out of 161 fragments of imported wares, pieces that were clearly bowls or dishes made up 63% by count, whereas plates only made up 3%. We see here a specific preference for traditional Maya foodways that emphasize soups and stews like stewed beans, rather than these required deep serving and eating vessels rather than the flat forms of the British table. As with many of the European goods recovered from San Pedro sites, we see the Maya purchasing colonial products to perpetuate local practices. Now, the non-glazed ceramic sherds, these local wares, were recovered from excavations at San Pedro Suriz. Though these share similar paste characteristics to ancient examples and were likely fired using similar methods, they show considerably less surface erosion and again were found in those historic contexts. Analysis by the authors has created a typology of some of these well-preserved examples, which were exported to the University of Texas at San Antonio in 2019. The typology consists of 9 paste groups that vary by surface color, paste texture, and decoration. The surfaces were frequently gray or brown washed, though orange examples catch the eye against the more muted tones. Surface decoration usually takes the form of horizontal filleting or appliqued flanges, where we see a range of styles including fingernail and thumb impressions. Rare incised motifs are present as well, including one example with a design offset by white marl packed into concentric arcs, which you can see on your screen. The most relevant aspect of this collection, however, is the distributions of forms that were found. While imported wares consisted almost entirely of small bowls and dishes, as I mentioned, most of the local wares were large form vessels, including these thick-walled craters or basins, as well as deep incurving ollas or necklace jars. Where form could be determined, it's clear that large forms dominated the locally made assemblage, suggesting that these were used in preparation or even storage of food rather than in the individual consumption of food. This sharply contrasts the imported assemblage, and perhaps when we combine the two together, we finally start to see a clearer picture of the Maya table. So if we understand the San Pedro assemblage as a confluence of traditional food preparation and consumption using imported wares, we may start to understand the social, economic, and political relationships that were embedded in that very specific foodway. We may also compare them to the non-European foodways in and around British Honduras at the time. Cheek's investigations of Garifuna foodways, for example, trace a similar process of identity shaping. Garifuna individuals, in an effort to define their own cultural identity, embraced the British tea ritual. With employment as teachers, police officers, and other wage positions, Grivna people used different strategies than Maya counterparts to integrate into British political and economic structures. The assemblage described by Cheek sits in contrast to our San Pedro Maya assemblage, with a significant difference in the number of imported plates and cups available. In Cheek's words, they were indeed setting an English table, using the symbolic power of the tea assemblage to form new identities in Central America and to shape the perception of this identity by outside colonial powers. The San Pedro Maya were also underscoring their identity and position alongside the British colonial structure, using a complex blend of imported and locally made goods. While there is a clear participation in the market economy, as noted by the presence of glass bottles, machetes, and glazed pottery, these products were incorporated fully into the independent subsistence economy that allowed the San Pedro Maya to resist simple assimilation into colonial structures. The Maya quite literally purchased colonial products to perpetuate local practices, pursuing ancestral foodways to remain self-sufficient in the face of encroaching wage labor logging camps and other colonial infrastructure. A clear symbol of this blending that I share with you here is this pipe stem impressed crater fragment found at San Pedro Suriz, where a 19th century Maya potter used a purely British product, the white clay tobacco pipe, to create a new motif on a traditional form. Excavations at San Pedro Suriz indicate a shift away from these large form cooking wares, with a large number of cast iron pots with interior lime coating recovered from the upper levels of excavation, perhaps suggesting a change in foodways in the region after the 1867 burning of both San Pedro Suriz and San Jose Yalbak. Land right claims by British logging companies also made ownership and milpa farming more challenging for the San Pedro Maya. Still, traditional foodways persisted, shaping in part the modern Belizean nation. Future work with this assemblage is promising. We hope to test the locally made pottery to confirm that these unslipped large forms were indeed produced in the Yalbak Hills. Alternatively, they may point to long-distance trade into the Petén or the Yucatan, regions we know were connected to the San Pedro sites historically. With that, I want to thank my co-authors, Drs. Jason Yeager and Minette Church, as well as our wonderful illustrator, Lauren. I want to also thank the projects and departments that made this work possible, and of course, thank Heritage Education Network Belize for hosting us and this wonderful conference for another year.
Thank you, Ms. Villarreal and your colleagues, and all the other presenters who have made these engaging presentations in this section. You have provided us with diverse ways to understand our past. I will now open the floor for our audience questions, and we welcome our presenters to the stream. Thank you. So our first question is from Ella, and Ella asks, has there been any other research looking at graffiti across the Mayan archaeological areas, and are there any important interpretations of these depictions? I think that question was for Lauren, yes.
Yeah, hi Ella. Thank you for the question. So while graffiti is definitely historically understudied, there has been a lot of research looking at graffiti at other archaeological areas. So even at Xunantunich, we're finding it in a bunch of other locations besides structure A5 second, and also at a lot of other sites. So how you would interpret the graffiti is heavily dependent on the context that you're finding it in. So specifically in the context of structure A5 second, which is where my research was, it's unusual because you have such a large amount of graffiti that you're finding. So in this case, there's over 500 instances, which is pretty crazy for this small of a space. And that's sort of where you're starting to formulate the argument that the room might have functioned as a school of sorts. based on the context, but also all these lines of evidence, such as paneling of the walls. There's X's over the graffiti. We're seeing repeated designs. It's at various levels on the wall and a lot of different levels of complexity. So going back to how it's been studied and approached at other sites, we have interpretations early on seeing graffiti as sort of crazed, and maybe it was conducted due to a disrupted mental state. So maybe it was done in a sort of hallucinatory trance. And one really important study that impacted a lot of the interpretations of structure 852nd came from Tikal with Dr. Scott Hudson, who argued that some of the graffiti was created by untrained youths. So that's why you have those really simple looking graffiti, and also you find it at different levels on the wall. And there's also some examples from Rio Beck where you're finding graffiti in residential homes. And the researchers are arguing that the graffiti is being conducted as private expression. Yeah, hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you. A question to Alec from Ella. With regards to the surveying and mapping land that is worked every year, how much of the archaeological assemblage and context is lost over time? And how do you account for this activity in mapping?
That's a great question. Thank you very much for that. We actually have somebody working on this. We're supervising myself and Dr. Helen Haynes at Trent University, a student who's trying to reconstruct in a way what these structures might have looked like after they had experienced plowing for many years. And using LiDAR data, we have basically, you can see a Plazuelo group that's been under forest still, compares to one that's been plowed for several years, compares to one that's been plowed for 20 years. And the damage to the structures is quite significant, and it's shocking to see where you can identify 4 structures on a Plazuelo group versus basically it looks like a platform without any noticeable structures on top. And so that's the kind of thing that this bulldozing activity, but also the repeated plowing does to these structures, and it makes your interpretation difficult, to say the least. And so that's why it's so important that we do go in there as soon as possible to try to create these 3D models so that you can see that and then compare it over time as well. For mapping and accounting for the activity, we basically try to do our best to still see where the structures are. It still is somewhat noticeable when you're on the ground, and that does make a difference. So we have a lot of thoughts towards this idea, and we're trying to make strides towards coming up with some sort of conclusion to what could be done with the remnants of these structures.
Thanks a lot for your response. And there's a question from Rebecca on, she states that the history of Belize is very underrepresented. And so how can it be more broadly understood by the average Belizean? And I suppose that question goes to any of the panelists.
Sure. I can take a stab at it first. Thank you, Becca. So I, as an archaeologist who's been doing this for a couple of years, have only just forayed into the historic period. And I think you're right in saying that it's not as common in the discourse because we have modern communities now who are obviously alive and can talk to us about culture today. And then we have these grand monuments like the Castillo at Xunantunich, for example. So seeing kind of that middle ground, the people who were very important on the landscape when contact happened, and preserving kind of that tradition and adapting to new situations, because obviously that's a very new situation for everybody at the time. But kind of looking at that middle ground is so important. And I think that part of it is going to be some of our duty as archaeologists, as historians and things like that. I loved showing that sherd that had the pipe stem impression, because seeing how they were really using these colonial artifacts to kind of use to their advantage and adjust their traditional ways of life to the things that were happening around them. But I think using those artifacts, using that will help kind of spread that history a little more, rather than it just being like dates and names and things. Showing those sites as well, of course, they can either be on private land or they're hard to find, which I can let Dr. Yeager speak to a bit as well. But I think part of that is going to be on us as scholars.
For sure. Dr. Yeager?
Yes, thank you. That's a great question, Rebecca, and thanks to everybody at HNB for organizing this great session. I think there's always a sort of challenge of taking what we as scholars, whether we're historians or archaeologists or sociologists or biologists, whatever it is, we tend to be really interested in lots of small details. It's true for classic Maya archaeology, just as it's true for this historic period as well. And those details we're fascinated by them, but not everybody else is. So how do we sort of take the details and paint a bigger picture that's of interest to a broader audience? And, I think we can do that through public presentations that reach a broader audience, like the KULCHA Symposium, like the Belize Archaeology Symposium, talks at the Houses of Culture, talks in the communities where we work. There are lots of ways. But I think another really important way of ensuring that this information reaches a broad audience in Belize is through curricular developments. And, at one point, there was a big push to institute a sort of African and Mayan sort of studies into the curriculum, that's primary and secondary curriculum at Belize. I think those kinds of efforts at broadening representation in the curriculum are really important. And obviously, as a foreign researcher, that's not really my place to do, right? That's a Belizean effort. It needs to be. But I think we need to be always ready to collaborate with our partners in Belize to do whatever we can to help them with that. And then, the other piece there are, and this sort of goes to Veronica Bundy's question. While San Pedro Ciris, which was abandoned sometime around 1900, give or take, those people, when the village was attacked, probably moved to other San Pedro Maya villages and then came back when the coast was clear, so to speak. And there's a long tradition of that kind of temporary relocation and coming back to it at a point of threat and coming back to it when it was safe to do so. But the last of those villages, which was San Jose Yalbac, was burned by the Belize Estate and Produce Company in 1936, and everybody was forcibly evicted. And it was a huge tragedy to the Maya people who were treated this way. And they were moved to San Jose Palmar outside of modern-day Orange Walk. And there are still people there who remember those events. And, there's an interest in the people of that community and sort of remembering this history and commemorating it. And so we have different kinds of partners in Belize who we can work with to try to share this with everybody who wants to know it a little better.
Yeah. Thanks a lot for that, Dr. Yeager, and thanks for addressing Veronica's question. I was particularly moved by the images that Alex showed between 1985 and 2015. And my interest really is on using visual methods of data collection. And those images to me were extremely powerful. So the question there from Ali is, are there efforts to include the Mennonite community in site preservation? And if so, what has that looked like?
Yeah, so this is a difficult question, of course, and one that we have been working with now for 15 years, where we've tried to work with the community. Of course, there are always efforts. We don't survey a field or a settlement without getting permission prior from the field owners. So we go into the communities of Shipyard and Indian Creek, and we make sure that we can do what we want to do. We show them what we collect. We show them the significance of the structures. We point them out. I've had many a carriage ride with these people that show me around, and it's been a very good and positive experience. But I mean, as far as getting the Mennonites to avoid structures, to not plow in certain areas, it has been more of a struggle. I mean, even in the image that I showed you on the first image of my presentation, that a couple of years ago didn't have a house or anything, and we asked to be there, and we knew, we showed them that there were lots of structures there, but we came back the next year and there was a house over top of those structures. So, I mean, we tried again to work on site preservation within the community, and they do avoid larger structures. Now, whether that's because it's difficult to get a plow over a 6-meter structure, or whether they actually are interested in preserving the cultural heritage of that area. And then I will say one thing else is that it really depends on the individual who owns the land. Some people are using more and damaging methods in the fields, and some are using less so. So even in the one image where we saw bulldozing, I haven't seen bulldozing that often in a lot of the fields. And some of the structures, you won't get that telltale sign of these streaks that go across the landscape. So, yeah, again, kind of similar to what was said before, it's keep on educating, trying to get into the communities and try to say that this is really important. And if you can, I mean, of course, they have their own interests, and that's fair, but we also have to try to preserve as much as we can as well. And so, again, the technology is helping because we can get in there right away and survey quickly and take those images, and then you could always go back after several years of plowing and you'll know where the structures are based on the visual assessment. And so that's kind of where we are now.
Yes. So thank you, presenters, very much for your insightful bits of information. I'm sure the audience is as intrigued as I am, and we know that all of your presentations will be uploaded in the recorded version of the KULCHA Symposium. We will take a short break now, viewers, for to stretch, and before we come back to the next session with a new moderator who I will introduce when we get back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Heritage Education Network Belize KULCHA Symposium, Community Issues and Innovative Practices. Make sure you join with our Facebook and YouTube. I want to there, you better there.
Ala we know that you are there.
And welcome back after our short break to this exciting KULCHA Symposium. This is our next session, Early Community and Identity Formation. And if you're now joining us, we are in our third morning session. I want to take the opportunity to introduce our guest moderator, Dr. Ramsey. And before I do that, though, I want to say thanks to the HENB team and the backstage crew for giving me the opportunity to moderate the first two morning sessions. Certainly, I have enjoyed the diversity of perspectives that we have heard so far, engaging and us in thinking about the history of this region that we call today Belize. I now have the privilege to introduce you all to our next moderator for the final session of this morning, Dr. Nicole Ramsey, an assistant professor at my alma mater, University of Texas at Austin. Her research examines formations of Blackness, identity, and nation in Latin America and the Caribbean through an interdisciplinary and Black diaspora lens. She's currently working on her first book, a transnational study of Black and Indigenous articulations of Belizean identity through post-colonial performances and national commemoration, visual culture, digital spaces, migration, and popular culture. Welcome, Dr. Ramsey. I now give you the floor.
Thank you. Thank you. Hopefully everyone can hear me. Thank you so much for this warm welcome. I'm really excited to be here. And I'm also excited to bring to you all today two presentations about the formation of communities and identities in the early history of Belize. And first, depending on if the order has changed, first we have a presentation by Mr. Sion Vasquez. And Mr. Vasquez is a Belizean student enrolled in the archaeology PhD program at the University of California, Los Angeles. And over the course of his doctoral studies, he has undertaken projects that examine the built environments of communities constructed and inhabited by members of Black and migrant populations in Belize. His interests lie in using the study of material culture to examine how members of these communities have weathered various forms of oppression and disenfranchisement enacted by the state apparatus historically and in the present day. So today, Mr. Vasquez will be presenting on their presentation, quote, "On the Home Front, an examination of space and structures within colonial period Igbo town, Belize City, Belize."
Before starting, I'd just like to thank the Heritage Education Network for hosting this symposium and for allowing me to present my research. I want to begin by drawing your attention to a home on the south side of Belize City that sits between South Street and Berkeley Street along Wagner's Lane. It is a home that, at first glance, may appear unassuming. The unadorned wooden paneling of its walls, where it has not yet rotted away entirely, has, in the absence of paint, instead been covered by a thin layer of mildew. The zinc that galvanizes its roof, hardly visible anymore, has been overcome by a carmine coating of rust that has brittled the slanting sheets of corrugated iron which lay beneath. The slender stilts that buttress its overhanging facade have grown strained by the weight that they support, continuing to bear the load only just barely. Yet, far from solely indicating decay, the worn and weathered exterior of this home also acts as an enduring reminder of its longevity. Moreover, so too do a variety of its architectural features. The single hung glass windows covered by wooden louvers, the ornate brackets that decorate the top corners of the balcony, and the jalousie shutter that lies at the center of the gable roof, all hallmarks of colonial period architecture in Belize, situate the origins of the home in the distant past. I bring these visibly time-honored features to the fore, not only to demonstrate the historical standing of the home on Wagner's Lane that they feature on, but also to broach the significance of the home's situation within the Belize city community of Ibo Town, which is located in the southeastern sector of Belize city's historical core. The community is specifically situated in the area that lies between Dean Street in the north, Racecourse Street in the south, Albert Street in the east, and the Canal Streets in the west. Often overlooked or given only limited coverage in previous histories of Belize, Ibo Town emerged at latest in the second half of the 18th century as one of the incipient permanent Afro-Belizean communities in the fledgling settlement. It served as a home first for enslaved Africans in the 18th and early 19th centuries, and then for free Black laborers following emancipation in 1838 and onwards. The unequivocally African identity of the community is signaled by its namesake, the word Ibo, spelled I-G-B-O, which, despite its spelling, is pronounced in the same way as the anglicized rendering of the word included in the name of the community as EBOE. The Ibo are a West African ethnic group, some of the members of which were among those who arrived in Belize as part of the transatlantic slave trade and, according to primary sources, upheld and engaged with their ethnic identity even while enslaved in the settlement. The virtual absence of discussion about Ibo Town from historical scholarship is mirrored in, and indeed can mostly be attributed to, its near invisibility in primary sources from the colonial period. Other than a map from the 1829 edition of the Honduras Almanac, which shows the situation of the community to be in precisely the area I outlined, one of the only other explicit references to Ibo Town in a primary source comes from an account of Belize City by Baptist missionary Frederick Crowe, published in 1850 based on his travels to the settlement during the 2 decades prior. Crowe's account is remarkable not merely for its allusion to Ibo Town, but also because it provides, as far as I am aware, the only textual testimony of the homes and layout of the community during the 19th century. His account reads, "Further back from the shore is Ibo Town, consisting of numerous yards flanked with long rows of what are called houses, being simply separate rooms under one long roof, which used to be appropriated to slaves and now accommodate the poorer laborers." In spite of its brevity, Crowe's account offers unparalleled insight into the social and physical composition of Ibo Town. Of particular relevance to the discussion that I have supplied so far, his portrayal of the houses in the community as being composed of simply separate rooms under one long roof almost perfectly describes the distinctly rectangular form of the home on Wagner's Lane. To be sure, it is highly unlikely that this home was among the structures that Crowe observed in Ibo Town in the 19th century during his stint in Belize, especially considering events like the fire of 1863, which burnt through much of Southside Belize City. However, the unmistakable correspondence between, on one hand, his portrayal of homes in the community as being arranged in a linear manner under a single long roof, and, on the other hand, the clearly rectangular form of the home on Wagner's Lane, brings into question whether the parallel could really be mere coincidence. The glaring repetition of the rectangular form in homes throughout the rest of Ibo Town seems to indicate that it is anything but. In a survey of the community that I conducted, I pinpointed a total of 28 structures with rectangular forms. Many of these possess colonial period architectural elements like the home on Wagner's Lane, suggesting that the oldest remaining structures in the community retained the linear form that Crowe described, whether by preserving since their original construction, or more likely, by undergoing reconstruction and/or modification at some point in the colonial past. Adding to the intrigue, this preponderance of structures with rectangular forms in Ibo Town is highly irregular when compared to colonial period architecture elsewhere in Belize City. While no comprehensive typology has been developed, historians and enthusiasts alike have most frequently ascribed the design of colonial period homes in the city to the nebulous Belizean Victorian style. The characteristics of the style have never been clearly outlined, but its key components seem to consist of several of the colonial period architectural elements that I enumerated earlier. Notably though, prominent examples of the style differ starkly in appearance and especially form from the homes of Ibo Town, with one of the largest subsets of homes belonging to the style even possessing contrastingly square forms. There is, however, as was noted in the reports from a survey conducted under the auspices of the IDB in 2011, a significant degree of architectural diversity among the almost 1,000 historical structures that were identified in Belize City, far more than could ever be classified according to a single monolithic style. Nevertheless, based on my observations, even among the structures that deviate most starkly from the architectural norms of the city, hardly any display the distinct rectangular form of the homes in Ibo Town. Thus, the relative isolation of homes with novel rectangular forms to Ibo Town has led me to characterize them as a distinct house type, which I refer to as the longhouse. Given the prolonged confinement of longhouses to Ibo Town, it seems almost certain that the house type would have harbored deeply rooted social significance and cultural meaning for the earliest Afro-Belizean inhabitants of the community who likely initiated the practice of constructing and residing in them. Precisely deciphering these saliences in the absence of explicit textual testimony from those incipient inhabitants themselves is near impossible. However, comparison of the longhouses of Ibo Town with another house type prevalent across the circum-Caribbean region known as the shotgun house, which bears unmistakable formal and historical resemblances, can potentially shed light on this lacuna in the historical record. The shotgun house is most widely renowned for its prominence within the historical built environment of New Orleans, Louisiana, where it first appeared during the 19th century before proliferating across the US Gulf Coast and Caribbean. Its history prior to emerging as a fully fledged house type, though, is convoluted, spanning vast swaths of time and space. The most credible and widely agreed upon history traces the genesis of the shotgun house to the French colony of Saint-Domingue, now known as Haiti, during the 18th century. According to this history, people of African descent in the colony, including those who were enslaved, but especially those who were marooned, developed a house type called the TK, which was characterized by its linear rectangular form. The selection of this form by Africans in Haiti, far from a coincidence, was realized through their native knowledge of West African architectural conventions, particularly among the Yoruba, whose most basic house type also possessed a rectangular form. Their partiality towards recreating this specific house type was substantiated by the architectural practices of the indigenous Taino, who built similarly rectangular structures called bohio. Subsequent to the development of the TK, at the tail end of the 18th century, in the wake of the Haitian Revolution, migrants, particularly Maroons fleeing the conflict, made their way to Louisiana. Once relocated there, they continued the practice of living in and constructing TK-like structures, first in the rural areas where they initially resided, then, by the early 19th century, as they further integrated into society, in New Orleans, where the house type evolved to take on the architectural character of the city, thereby becoming the fully realized shotgun house that we see today. This history establishes the shotgun house at its core as an African diasporic architectural invention born out of a West African cultural survival. Applying this to the Belizean context beckons consideration of whether the longhouses of Ibo Town, given their very obvious formal and historical parallels with the shotgun house, are also the result of continuity in West African cultural practices pertaining to architecture. The isolation of longhouses in Belize City to the historical Afro-Belizean community of Ibo Town certainly lends credence to this prospect in implying that only people of African descent in the settlement held cultural backgrounds predisposing them to the practice of constructing and living in houses with rectangular forms. Conversely, the well-documented arrival of the vast majority of enslaved Africans in Belize by way of other territories in the Americas, rather than directly from Africa, suggests that if longhouses did arise out of continuity with West African cultural traditions, they likely would have taken hold first among Africans in an intermediary destination, like Haiti, for example, prior to arriving in Belize. While African influence on colonial period architecture is not explicitly attested in written accounts of Ibo Town, it is recorded in an account of a logging camp in Belize from 1790 by British traveler Thomas Graham, in which he noted that in the arranging and appearance of the habitations, much rural taste is often displayed, and it is highly gratifying to the curious to remark the different modes peculiar to the several nations or tribes of Africa. Reading past the patently racist provincial connotations that pervade his account, Graham's attribution of elements of the built environment to African sources is significant for establishing a late 18th century precedent for West African cultural continuities in architecture in Belize. This corroborates the already presented evidence for the occurrence of the same phenomenon in Igbo Town by the early 19th century. Furthermore, in alluding not only to the appearance, but also the arranging of habitations in the logging camp, his account introduces the notion that the positioning of structures within the community, in addition to their design, was reflective of West African cultural traditions. This observation may help illuminate the significance of yet another peculiarity observable within present-day Igbo Town, which I have yet to address until this point. That is, its unorthodox spatial configuration. Viewed from above, Igbo Town can be seen to comprise 3 blocks. Notably, these 3 blocks stand out from the surrounding historical core of the city due to their unusually large and secluded interiors. More specifically, each of these blocks, but especially the central and southern ones, feature spacious internal areas that, for the most part, are not intersected by nor directly accessible from the surrounding streets and are instead filled by a scattering of structures and verdant vegetation. Contrastingly, blocks in adjacent historical areas of the city are intersected by streets at far more regular intervals to accommodate traffic, as well as access to individual yard lots, and also feature noticeably less greenery. Here yet again, Crow's account seemingly corroborates the historical standing of the features of the community visible today. In this instance, his allusion to the presence of numerous yards indicates that open space rather than densely packed housing was abundant. Meanwhile, his portrayal of those yards as being flanked with long rows of houses suggests that the structures in the community encircled open areas furnished by the yards. As noted earlier, the landscape of Igbo Town has no doubt shifted since Crow recorded his account, but the open yard area surrounded by houses that he observed evidently prevail into the present day. While I am currently not familiar with any specific West African analogs for this mode of spatial configuration, its novelty within the historical landscape of Belize City is reason enough to further probe its possible African roots in future research. For now, though, the evidence that I have presented provides a clear enough picture for me to offer some interpretations. I propose that the distinct structures and spatial configuration of Igbo Town, which arose among its incipient and exclusively Afro-descendant population, set the community apart from the rest of Belize City, establishing it as a critical site for both the preservation of pre-existing West African cultural traditions and the emergence of a new Creole cultural identity. To illustrate this point, I present an account from the 1830 edition of the Honduras Almanac, which documents some of the festivities held by enslaved Africans in Belize City. It reads, "Being importations from the coast of Africa, large parties meet at night at some appointed yard where they commence the dancing to the beat of the drum and the music of their voices. It is highly plausible, probable even, that the yards of Igbo Town were the venues that hosted these gatherings of enslaved Africans in Belize City. Thus, not only was the physical makeup of the community, in terms of its architecture and spatial configuration, likely reflective of West African cultural traditions, so too were the practices that were engaged in within by the Afro-Belizean residents. Furthermore, even though this account was written from the perspective of a member of the settler class, the seclusion afforded by the large blocks of Igbo Town, as well as the yards flanked by houses within them, may have provided inhabitants partaking in activities like the gatherings described with a layer of concealment against constant surveillance or observation by the settler class. Moreover, I also contend that the community is an untapped archive of the life histories of some of the most frequently overlooked figures in the Belizean past, Afro-descendant Black women. This much is indicated in the musings of some prominent scholars who have reckoned with deciphering the contributions of women to the formation of Belizean society. For instance, Asad Shoman astutely inferred that Black women were the heads of households in Belize City during the logging season. He conjectures that men were in the logging camps for months at a time, while women and children stayed in Belize town. The result was that the majority of households were, for most of the year, led by women. It fell to women to raise and care for their children and to socialize them. They were largely responsible for instilling in them a sense of pride and resistance to bondage, and for creating and transferring cultural values. Shoman's formulation of family life in Belize City suggests that women would have been at the forefront of households in Igbo town, playing a critical role in the socialization of children in the community, including the transmission of West African cultural practices. Meanwhile, in analyzing the modes of political resistance taken up by Black women in Belize in the 19th century, Anne McPherson emphasized the urgent need for further inquiry into where and among whom these practices of resistance took root. She asserts, to challenge and refine these hypotheses, we desperately need to know much more about family, neighborhood, and class formation in the process of creolization. Did the formation of areas like Overpond provide the urban space in which such networks could consolidate? While McPherson speculated whether Overpond, a community which was in the area that now constitutes Mesopotamia, furnished Black women with the critical autonomous urban space in which to engage in political discourse and strategization, I suspect that it was in fact Igbo town, based on the evidence and interpretations that I have presented, that would have served in precisely this capacity. Finally then, I would like to conclude by returning to the home that I began by discussing. I contend that this home is the foremost embodiment of the novel qualities and African spirit of Igbo town. Thinking with and through this home forces us to reassess and reimagine histories of Belize that conceive of our African ancestors only in terms of their entanglement within the timber extraction industry. Its long-standing and continued presence demands that we conjured the forgotten lived experiences, not only of the majority who labored sojourned in remote logging camps for extended periods of the year, but also the minority who endured British hegemony away from the primary theater of the colonial economy. On the home front, Igbo town. On that note, I will end by once again thanking the Heritage Education Network for hosting this event and allowing me to present, and I look forward to any feedback that viewers may have.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Vasquez. That was such a fantastic presentation. I've really learned so much. I have a full page of notes. Next, we have Dr. Melissa Johnson. Dr. Melissa Johnson is a cultural anthropologist who specializes in environmental issues that are mostly currently framed as the human and the more than human, race and gender, as well as the Caribbean, within the Caribbean and Latin America. She focuses most of her research on Belize's Afro-Caribbean Creole population, and she has over 30 years of research experience in the Creole communities of Crooked Tree and Lemanal. And this forms the basis of her 2018 book with Rutgers University Press, Becoming Creole, Nature and Race in Belize. She also has several journal articles centered on place and questions of nature, conservation, tourism, and race. Today, she will be presenting to us The Shore and the Bay, the early emergence of Afro-Caribbean community in the lower Belize River Valley.
Thank you to Heritage Education Network Belize for putting on this symposium and accepting my submission. What I am talking about today is a tiny part of a book project that extends my first book, Becoming Creole, Nature and Race in Belize, back to the 1700s, to both the Mosquito Shore, or the Caribbean coasts of Honduras and Nicaragua today, and Belize. The kinds of questions I am asking are informed by both my ethnographic interest in Belizean Creole culture and my family ties to the same people whose history I am researching. I've been married into these networks myself for over 25 years. Please see the next 2 slides for my acknowledgments to the people who made this research possible and the scholars who have inspired me. I have several big points that I want my current project to make, and they emerge in today's story as well. First, enslaved people, free Black people, free people of color, indigenous people, and poorer whites, the vast majority of people living in these places, created the culture that emerged in Belize, and women played a hugely important role. Second, the networks that generated this culture wound up the rivers and creeks of the shore and the bay and spread across the region between the 2 places into Jamaica and Roatan and the Bay Islands. Third, that slavery in Belize was violent, dehumanizing, and as fraught as it was anywhere, but also, like everywhere else, enslaved people created lives for themselves and exercised agency as much as possible. I aim in this project to do this really challenging feat of showing simultaneously the wretched violence and inhumanity of slavery and settler colonialism and the full vitality and agency of the people whose lives were the most limited by these structures. I struggle to do this well. Today I tell the story of Lucy Partridge, an enslaved mulatto, or light-skinned Black woman, who was freed and then became a wealthy woman during her short life in the late 1700s on the Mosquito Shore. That she is present in archival records is in itself a minor miracle. That presence tells us many things that I share below, but leaves even more questions unanswered. What is available in these archival records is just a sliver, a small window into one dimension of Lucy Partridge's life, but it still is revealing of everyday life on the shore in the late 1700s. Lucy's life is fleshed out the most in a court case in 1785, 5 years after she had died. This is a long and complicated case concerned with what to do about Lucy's estate. It met over 2 days, and the jurors who heard it and presided over it are some of the most powerful men on the shore and the bay at the turn of the 19th century. Presiding was James Lowry, and serving as jurors were John Wagner, James Bartlett, Richard Francis O'Brien, John Skeen Thompson, and James Dundridge Yarborough, the American loyalist for whom part of Belize City is now named. For 2 full days, their attention focused on the life and status of Lucy Partridge. That in and of itself is fascinating, that a previously enslaved Black woman would occupy the interest and attention of these wealthy, white enslaving men. Equally interesting is that the details of this court case were recorded. Court was held regularly, cases heard regularly, long and complicated ones, but only every once in a while is a full record of a case extant. The ink, the paper, the time of the recorder were all costly. This case mattered. It mattered because it had the potential to bolster the fortunes of Aaron Young, a magistrate in early Belize. The case has 2 parts. 1, it challenges the fact of Lucy's freedom, and 2, it questions whether or not she left a will. Aaron Young is trying to prove she was free and that she left her estate to his friend Daniel Young, who in turn left his estate to Aaron. Numerous witnesses testify, most of whom are themselves power brokers of the Mosquito Shore in the Bay of Honduras. Wealthy white slaver Henrietta, now in her 3rd marriage, opens the testimony. She states that she had seen Lucy, a mulatto slave woman, being sold at public vendue. John Broster, a white man who is sometimes identified as a tavern keeper in records, but who is also a small-scale merchant, he deals in deerskins among other things, was at this vendue. He evidently made it known that he wished to purchase Lucy to be his wife, as Henrietta put it. It was not possible for Lucy to legally be Broster's wife because she was enslaved, and it was difficult for a woman of color and white man to find a clergyman willing to marry people across these emerging racial lines. Henrietta's use of the term wife, however, reflected common practice in this part of the world at the time. Most people living on the shore and in the bay at this time were not white and had difficulty legally marrying if they wanted to. Most of the small number of white British men living here were in long-term relationships with women of color, who are referred to in wills and other records interchangeably as housekeepers and wives. It is this kind of union that Broster was hoping to create through purchasing Lucy. Lucy was in demand, though. Henrietta had wanted her then-husband William Stotesbury, a wealthy white planter at Black River, to purchase Lucy for her own use. But when another man told Stotesbury that John Broster wanted to purchase Lucy for a wife, Stotesbury stepped back, the man's interest superseding that of the woman. Lucy's being mulatto made this competition over her much more likely. Lighter-skinned, more white-adjacent women, whether enslaved or free, saw more opportunity than darker-skinned, blacker women. this colorism part and parcel of the very beginning of the Atlantic slave trade and persisting until today. That Broster wanted her for a wife suggested that she was likely young and comely as well. But being light-skinned, young, and beautiful did not mean that she could avoid being sold at public auction. Sold as an object, subject to being prodded and inspected in front of a gaggle of potential buyers, for whom the public vendue was a sporting affair, a time to eat, drink, and be merry, as well as purchase things, including people. According to the testimony provided by Henrietta, Broster manumitted Lucy after he bought her, paying for her manumission to be recorded. Captain James Hoy, a white British Army lieutenant, stated that from when he arrived on the shore, he knew Lucy to be free, and he noted that the record book that included Broster's manumission of Lucy went missing. Hoy recalled Broster paying yet again to have the manumission recorded. It is highly likely that Broster did this at Lucy's behest. Lucy well knew how tenuous freedom for a woman of color could be in the 1700s. While it was not unusual for slavers to manumit the women who became their wives, though more often this was done when the women were old or after their owner's death, it was unusual for these manumitted women to start wheeling and dealing like Lucy did. Starting in 1770, Lucy becomes very active in the affairs of the shore. She made ample use of the Mosquito Shore's mode of governance and recording. She is often the person who has requested a particular record to be made, and she does this not only for transactions directly benefiting her, but also for transactions benefiting other Black women. That she shows up one way or another in 40 records suggests she was determined to make records of her transactions to ensure that her capacity to be free and engaged in the economic, social, and political life at Black River was as clear as possible, given that she was a Black woman. The first transfer of property to Lucy, according to the records available, was made by the will of Free Betty. In March of 1770, Free Betty, who because she is a free Black woman must specify not only that she is free, but also who her former owner was in this document, chooses Lucy to be her executor and leaves to Lucy part of whatever she may possess. That this is the first mention is fitting because part of what makes Lucy's story particularly interesting is how it demonstrates the ways in which previously enslaved Black women here on the shore, just like elsewhere in the Atlantic world, looked out for and helped build up one another. Free Betty identifies Lucy as her friend, the housekeeper of John Broster, and gives her an enslaved person, an Indian boy named Jack. When I first read of transactions like these, I was startled. Wouldn't Lucy and Free Betty, for that matter, have wanted to have nothing at all to do with this hideous institution that limited their own lives? But a close look at records of economic transactions on the shore makes it clear that enslaved people were a very safe way, perhaps the only safe way, for people to transfer wealth to one another, and to transfer wealth that will grow. Betty giving Lucy Jack ensures this value for Lucy, ensures that Lucy might be able to have more control over her own life, more freedom. Lucy continues to acquire property from her former owner, Broster, whose first gift is a Negro wench, Jenny, in December of 1770. In the next 2 years, he gives her more enslaved people, some of whom he purchases from Jamaica. Then, in January of 1773, Broster sells to Lucy at what appears to be a somewhat discounted price, a plantation complete with an enslaved Negro watchman and a house lot in Black River near a prominent family. Sometime in this same year, Broster and Partridge part. Starting in October of this year, Lucy is linked in the archival records with Daniel Young. Young first shows up in shore records listed as a mariner, racialization unspecified, meaning that he is white. As a mariner, he provides services for people, moving cattle, moving large numbers of enslaved people. In some records, he is listed as a merchant. But more significantly, for the story of the bay and the shore overall, he has a connection to Aaron Young, who he calls his friend, and to whom he bequeaths all of his possessions in his will. Aaron Young will go on to become the magistrate in Belize's early history who gets into a fracas with a free man of color, Joshua Jones, a fracas that leads to the removal of Edward Despard as superintendent of the settlement of Belize. In 1775, and on the same day in the record office, Lucy Partridge and Daniel Young give half ownership to each other of significant property. Daniel gives to Lucy half ownership of 6 Negro and 2 Indian slaves. Tellingly, Lucy does not give Young half ownership of the enslaved people she has purchased, but instead she gives him half ownership of her house at Black River and her estate at Johnson's Creek, the real estate sold to her by John Broster. After this, they continue to add to their estate. 5 more enslaved people and several lots of land are recorded. The transactions continue into 1780, the year that Lucy travels, quote, to the islands in a bad state of health from whence she never returned, close quote. 4 years later, Daniel Young also dies. During the 12 years or so that she shows up in records, Lucy engages with a whole array of types of people, from the children of William Pitt, the wealthiest man on the shore, and other wealthy white slave traders like Peter Wade, who she pays in sarsaparilla for an enslaved Negro man, to free people of color and enslaved Black women. And it is not always clear what the intent of the transaction might be. She is involved with 27 transactions of enslaved people, sometimes leading to manumission, but more often than not, it appears she is amassing wealth. During her testimony at the Replevin trial for Lucy, wealthy daughter of William Pitt, Martha Bode, recalls she and Lucy strolling in the plaza at Black River while her husband Philip Bode and Daniel Young counted the money involved with the purchase of Chance, a Negro man slave. Martha recalls Lucy sharing that she was in partnership with Daniel Young, that what belonged to her belonged to him alike. Significantly, Lucy becomes involved with 3 free Black women in her time on the shore. I already shared Free Betty's interaction with Lucy in 1770. 7 years later, in August of 1777, Lucy sells a Negro man slave Hector for only 35 pounds, less than what is normally paid for a Negro man slave unless he is old or otherwise infirm, to a free Black woman, Phoebe. In February of the following year, Lucy pays to have Phoebe's manumission re-recorded. By May of the next year, Phoebe must be ill. She writes her will, giving her possessions at Black River to Lucy Partridge and a man, but also giving her son, George Lewis, who now lives in Jamaica, all of her possessions in the Bay of Honduras. In her role as executor of Phoebe Crawford's will, Lucy sells an enslaved woman that Phoebe owned, Diana, and Diana's 2 daughters, Phoebe and Lucy, for 70 pounds to another free Black woman, Cynthia Forbes. A year later, in 1779, Cynthia Forbes dies, and her will specifies that all of her possessions, once her debts are paid, go to her loving friends, Elizabeth Williams and Olive Randall, free Negro women of Black River. Interestingly, the witnesses to this will are not only men, but also include Susanna Burrell, a woman of color who will become a significant force in the Bay of Honduras in the early 1800s. Through these transactions, Lucy has contributed to the long-term welfare of Elizabeth and Olive. The final component of Lucy's story is the outcome of the trial. Lucy did indeed write a will, as several deponents testified to. She also had it delivered to Henrietta for safekeeping, and it was supposedly stored in Roatan, but then must have been lost. 2 of the witnesses, both white men, recalled seeing it and hearing Lucy talk of it. They could readily recall that Lucy left the bulk of her estate to her partner Daniel Young, and each of them could remember that there were other legatees, women, but these wealthy white men could not recall their names. Could not recall their names. It was precisely this kind of erasure that Lucy's close attention to having all her transactions recorded attempted to preclude. And indeed, the remainder of the trial, a consideration of the ownership of a number of enslaved people, depended on Lucy's having these transactions recorded to keep this property where Lucy wanted it to be. But the women she had wanted to receive property from her at her death never did. And in the end, Daniel Young, a white man, received all, structurally re-encoding the stickiness of whiteness and wealth. The story of Lucy Partridge yields insight into how gender, color, race, wealth, and slavery intersected on the Mosquito Shore. A previously enslaved Black woman becomes a significant economic player in this world, who at times expends her resources assisting other free Black women. It also shows how social and economic connections extended across lines of class and race to tie people together in complicated ways. Although I did not develop this point as much, Lucy's transactions also show how a variety of components of the natural world are part of social and economic fabric at Black River. And her untimely death reminds us that the role of disease likely played here. Finally, this small story shows how connected the settlement at Black River was with not only Belize, but also Jamaica and Roatan and the Bay Islands.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson and Mr. Vasquez, for your enlightening presentations on some of the earliest communities and stories established in the nation of Belize. So this is the portion where we'll now open the floor to audience for a live Q&A. And we welcome our presenters to the stream. And please make sure you're putting your questions in the chat, and we will answer as many as possible before we break for lunch. And I believe we have one question from Rebecca, a question for Mr. Vasquez or Dr. Johnson. Rebecca says, I have read that it was the women who were instrumental in forming the Creole language because of their context in communities such as Igbo towns. Do you have any insight as to how we understand the relationship between cultural context and processes of language formation in early Belize, and how language was used as a means of resistance?
I guess I can go first. So based on everything that I presented just now, I would say that I certainly tend to think that that's the case, that women did in fact play an integral role in the formation of the Creole language. However, just offhand, I can't think of any specific source that speaks of this explicitly. Perhaps there is a work of an academic work that discusses this, but I certainly can't think of it. But I think just intuitively that yes, women must have played an essential role in the formation of the Creole language, not only in Igbo town, but also in the rural settlements that Dr. Johnson was referring to as well. I think it would have probably been even more potent there. So Dr. Johnson, maybe you'd like to comment?
Yeah, there's not a ton on, in fact, Frederick Crowe has some of the most interesting commentary on that as well, but there's not a ton of information that I've encountered yet in Belize's early history on that, but comparatively throughout the Caribbean, there's a lot. And Barbara Bush has an old but classic book called Slave Women in the Caribbean that makes a really good argument with really good evidence to show that, yes, because women are the caretakers and they're there taking care of the kids, that they are the most likely ones to have passed along the language. So she kind of, and the culture, and of course those things go hand in hand. So that's where I would look comparatively, but yeah, it's hard to find. Belize is so bereft of sources because of archival loss from hurricanes and whatnot. So I have my eye out for that. Yeah, there's really interesting stuff later in the 1800s where more elite people who might be Creole themselves make fun of people speaking Creole. There's a whole series of columns in early newspapers where there's like, you know, look how cute, this is also Pan-Caribbean. Look how cute the Creole language is, but it's definitely showing it as being lesser than. I think Christopher DeShield has something interesting coming out on this. I'm hoping on these kinds of questions too. But yeah, women played a huge role, but then men are the ones who are more likely to be recorded using the language. Funny that.
Yes, that's a very important question when we talk about the politics of who's represented in the archives and what materials we can find. So, and I really love these two presentations together because it's really painting kind of the story of Belize, race and place, as well as how it fits into the broader diaspora in the Caribbean and just larger African diaspora. So we have a question. We have, I think, two. One question from Ali. Are there connections to the shotgun houses found in places like New Orleans? And do different colonial histories change how architecture might play a role in the continuation of tradition?
So on that front, I was somewhat reluctant to draw a direct connection between what happens in New Orleans and then eventually spreads across the US Gulf Coast, for instance, and what happens in Belize, in Igbo town, what I had been observing. However, I wouldn't rule it out entirely. It just seems unlikely given the history that I presented, where shotgun houses emerged in New Orleans at some point in the early 19th century. And based on the evidence that I presented, it seems that they emerged at the exact same time in Belize. So it would seem somewhat unlikely that those two things could happen in two separate places, or those two similar house types, I should say, to be more specific, could emerge in two separate places at almost precisely the same time. So I would think I think of the shotgun houses in New Orleans in relation to the longhouses in Igbo Town more as a comparative case study for how we can kind of understand that phenomenon and why it emerged among this specific group of people.
Can I jump in with a comment? I was thinking, I've been connected to Creole villages since the early 1990s, and the old board houses there, I'm just wondering, like some of them, they're not necessarily all rectangular, but I'm wondering about the interior. There's always a hall in the front, and then a couple bedrooms either to the side or to the back. And then obviously the kitchen's outside, a separate building. And I'm wondering if there's any, but of course there's no like, do you have any evidence from the 17 or 1800s, early 1800s about the insides of the house? I'm wondering.
That,
like that
as you kind of hinted at there, all the textual evidence is sparse, but that pro account that I highlighted does kind of hint at the interior of the homes being composed of separate rooms rather than rooms connected by like a central hallway. I know that's not what you're referring to.
Right.
And we know that central hallways are, of course, a European architectural invention. They're absent from non-Western homes for the most part. So that's consistent, but also in Belize at that time, the hallways aren't a common feature in colonial architecture. So that's not unusual.
It's not a hallway, it's what's called the hall, which I call a
a communal area, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So those are absent from non-Western houses, a communal indoor area.
No. I meant like hallways that we think of as like central corridors.
Creole word hall, meaning what I call a living room.
That is very much present from what I can gather in the homes in Igbo Town, the interior of those homes. So yeah.
I don't know. Interesting questions.
Yes, these are very great questions. And we have one more from Bubby. I think I'm pronouncing that. For a question for Dr. Johnson. Can you please talk a little about the connection between Black River and Belize? Thank you.
Sure. That's what my whole research project got started on and is centered on. So I don't know if you are from these communities, you might have recognized some of the surnames. I was going to say titles, but yeah, title surnames in the slides that I didn't really necessarily mention out loud. But most of the people who settled, most of the surnames that you associate with the current villages in the lower Belize River Valley. So Crooked Tree, Crawford, Wade, Tillett, Gillett. I'm probably missing important ones, and my apologies if I do, but Young and other landing ones, Herrera. I'm also missing some, but Lemanal is Bonner, associated with Bonner, as is Camalote. I'm kind of drawing a blank on the others. Those are the ones that are in my head right now, but all of those trace back to Black River. It's complicated. So to me, the most interesting family at all is the Crawford family, who George Crawford was a resident of Black River. He had property there, enslaved. He's a man of color, and he has enslaved people and boats, and I think a piece of land. But he also, his dad, I think, is a man named Lawrence Crawford, who lived at Pearl Key Lagoon. His dad was the owner of Phoebe Crawford, the enslaved woman I mentioned. And she and he, the enslaved woman who was freed, and Lawrence Crawford both had property in the Bay. And Lawrence Crawford's property in the Bay was sold in 1765. It was Crawford Bank. So there's this complete connection between people living at Black River or Pearl Key Lagoon or Cape River, but that part of the coast of Nicaragua, Honduras and Nicaragua at the time. A complete connection between the two places. And the folks who have ancestry in the lower Belize River Valley absolutely have heritage that ties them to the population at Black River. And so then they probably have in Mosquito Indian heritage, because most of the people living there were in some way or another intermarrying with Mosquito people. So that's a shorthand. Yeah, that's my whole project is on that. I hope to have this book done sometime in the next decade. I'm a very slow researcher and writer. Thank you for that.
Thank you. And I believe we have one last question, if there are any more. So this one is for both Sion and Melissa, Dr. Johnson. From Ellie, says, thank you for these fascinating talks. Have either of you had any luck with the archives in Jamaica? I would also like to know this. I wonder how the architecture resembles what you find in Igbo Town. I once heard that the board houses on stilts in Belize derive from West Africa. Have you heard this?
I think the board houses on stilts, I think, is also Pan-Caribbean. So I don't know that.
Right.
I mean, West Africa probably.
Yeah, and in Jamaica specifically, they have a storied tradition of board houses that are built intentionally to be portable, which is not a quality that we usually associate with architecture. But there is a practice of completely, in this way that we think of like those Mennonite homes in Belize, those prefabricated Mennonite homes that can be moved. The enslaved people who first began constructing board houses in Jamaica did so with the intention of moving these board houses around as their needs and as their communities shifted. I think that that is a feature that could have perhaps been expressed or prioritized among the initial longhouses of Igbo Town. I can only speculate on that though. In regards to your
something,
go ahead.
I think I have a very vague memory that because I've read so many of. I've just been reading archival stuff in the Belize records for the past couple of years, and I swear there is something about that. I'll have to like see if I can find that rings a memory of someone moving.
Really, that would be
so,
very interesting if there is some account of that.
Yeah, if you were going to go on that one.
Yeah, I must admit my my complete lack of thorough inquiry into the archives. This started off as an archaeological project for me. I only incorporated primary sources at a later point, so I mainly had to go from secondary sources that cited primary sources. So I'll defer to Dr. Johnson on that one regarding the archives.
Yeah, I haven't been. I mean, I've talked to Ellie before about the Crooked Trees history. I have not yet made use of the Jamaica archives, partly because the Mosquito Shore archives are ridiculously rich, and the private records as well, which is Marieka, who's just a genius at bars. She heard what I wanted to do, steered me to them, and I have so much just from them. So I have not made use of Jamaica yet. Because there's no question that I really, except for my own family I'm married into, is history. I kind of want to see if I can find Bonners there, but I haven't made use of them yet. But I don't know if they would yield me much more of what I really want, which is to get that social texture, because I'm getting that from the Mosquito Shore records and the private records really well. And the magistrate meeting minutes, because those are something else.
Oh, also, I just wanted to make one more comment on the stilts on the houses in Igbo Town. So many of those pictures of houses that I showed, you can see that the lower areas, like the upper stories will be made of wood, and then the lower stories are made of cement or like bricks, cement bricks. But then you can still see that the posts, the stilts that hold up the upper story and kind of form the posts of the walls in the lower story are made of wood as well. So I think that's a clear indication that at some point in the past, all of these houses didn't feature an interior lower story. The lower story was sort of more an outdoor area. I think it could have still been used in a very domestic way, but that phenomenon of filling in the lower area is relatively new. The lower story as an indoor domestic space is a relatively new phenomenon, and of course that makes sense given how we know or what we know about Belize City and how it floods. Right, it's a city that's underwater literally, so it would make sense to have these homes on stilts where you don't have the interior area as an indoor domestic space, or the lower story, I should say, as an indoor domestic space.
And that's how village houses are. They're on stilts.
Right.
It's not just, it's sure it helps with flooding. It's also cooler and then better breezes above. And then the space below is where you hang out. That is absolutely, that's a used space, and there's no filling in, there's no bricks, it's all wood historically. Those are really, really nice houses and way cooler than cement ones as well. That's also interesting. I love the vernacular architecture of Belize, and I'm sorry that it's fading away with cement blocks and Mennonite's metal.
Yeah, agreed.
Yes, thank you so much to Mr. Vasquez and Dr. Johnson. There's also one other question, if you kind of want to hold on to that, ponder it, and then maybe revisit, that says, is there anything on Belize records that speaks of a sort of vault underground located near the old pirate cemetery in the Yarborough area? So that could be a question that you ponder on. And think about. So again, thank you both so much for these wonderful presentations. Thank you to the audience, and we will reconvene at 2 p.m. trying to get my times right for the afternoon sessions on community heritage and modern Maya pluralities. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.